Afadhali mzee ambaye ni mtulivu, ambaye hana haja ya kujaza mifuko yake, ambaye atachunga masilahi ya watu yake, badala ya mdomo tamtamu 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 tamtamu. Lakini akiingia ni wale wa kufanya moja yako, nusu ya mwananchi, mbili yako na tano yangu. Na mnawajua nyinyi
kutafuta uongozi kwa kutumia dini au kutumia kabila, unagawa watu. Kazi ya uongozi ni kujenga watu wawe kitu kimoja.
The 2.2 billion has been spent in the office of the President and State House between July and September. If you do that calculation, it means that we spend in that office 23 million per day and 1 million per hour. That cannot be sustainable.
Tunaingia vijijini, mijini na hata jijini kukuletea taarifa mchana kutwa. Usiku tunakaa kitako, tunadadavua tukichanganua taarifa na makala muhimu yanayokuhusu wewe na familia yako.
Nasikia watu wanasema baba ametusaliti. Between baba kutusaliti na sisi kusaliti baba, nani amesaliti mwingine?
Inapeangwa, it mostly goes to foreign ministries. So Baba is overqualified for that position.
To build this railways for Africa. So now he's thinking about tumemkataa kama baba wetu.
Unaweza kuwa kuna mtoto ulizaa ukapatia nchi ikuwa inamfanya vile inataka.
Uhuru has been working very hard. Ruto akaenda huko na nguvu. Ruto was never invited in the inauguration.
Ungana na Bernard Ngozi kwenye Open Forum Political Show kuanzia saa 4 usiku hadi dakika zake kila siku ya wiki kwenye Soundcard Talk.
Open Forum Political Discussion Show. The show that gives an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development.
Tukutane Soundcard Talk.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for making time to join us. This is Sound Candid Talk, Open Forum Political Discussion Show, the show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. Well, we have no money to give to you. That is William Ruto's response to the striking doctors. It appears William Ruto does not understand the gravity of the doctor's strike and the pains that Kenyans are faced with. If there has been any administration in the history of this country that has been known to be extravagant, is this one for William Ruto. But when it comes to money for essential services like healthcare, education, agriculture. There is an excuse after another over what should be done in order to fix what has gone wrong. Well, we have a choice as Kenyans, either to conform and accept what is happening as normal or revolt and demand better. I believe this country deserves better. Of all people to be addressed through the media, is it the doctors? If we have a responsible leader in this country, would he be roaming the nations of the world, then come back and address doctors through a church service podium, quoting scripture and misquoting some in order to suit his situation? Well, I'm calling upon each one of you to be on the forefront. Let's invite each other in the show tonight, even as we begin to engage from wherever you are. Thank you so much, those joining us on X, as well as Facebook, and of course, YouTube channels, Sound Candy Talk Live and Sound Candy Talk. Thank you so much. Even those joining us on TikTok, we salute each one of you as we call upon you to be on the forefront. Share that live on TikTok, tap the screen. Let's all engage. Tonight, we must dive into the gravity of what William Ruto said concerning the doctors and, of course, the doctors' response on the same. Are we anywhere closer to the solution to this, or we are digging ourselves deeper and deeper into the hole that we may never come from? Well, I'm calling upon you. Please invite somebody. 27 people already on the show. Please, let's lift that number. Get it to 100 plus as usual. Thank you, everyone. I salute each one of you. Even as I remind you, our poll question is on, and it is simple, straightforward. Do you think Ruto understands the gravity of the doctor's strike? Do you think William Ruto understands the gravity of the doctor's strike? So far, 3 votes cast already on Sound Country Talk Live, and of the 3 votes, 33% say yes, 67% say no, he doesn't. Well, let's check on this other main channel and see how is the voting taking place on the same issue. Do you think William Ruto understands the gravity of the doctor's strike? What are you saying, and how many of us are responding to the same? Okay, here we go. 12 votes already cast in minutes of the show. And of the 12 votes, 17% say yes, he understands. Sorry, 15% say he understands. And 85% say no, he doesn't. What is your take on the same? Even as we engage tonight, I believe we'll come up with a lasting solution to what bedevils this country. Kenyans need to arm yourselves and, of course, understands that you're dealing with cunning people who wish not to do anything right in order for them to get away with their wrongs. Well, let us be busy. Invite somebody, share your link. Tafadhali tunakuomba. Na link ya kutumia kuingia studio nishaweka kwa comment section. Click on it. Allow Streamer to configure for you the camera as well as the audio, and you will be in this space for us to get talking. I appreciate each one of you. Please, let's invite each other. Let's invite each other. Share the live. Everybody on TikTok. Let's get more people viewing. I believe we profit from the engagement of Kenyans on these thorny matters that are in the heart of what ails Kenyans and how Kenyans need to have a right response for the same. Esther Stoll, we salute you. Thank you so much for being here. William Adilo, karibu kwa show. Asante sana kwa kuwa hapa. Favor, hi to you. Thank you for being here. Kuna Rewell Kariuki. Zakayo is acting like a proverbial ostrich. He likes to stick his head in the country's affairs rather than face danger that is going on in his own country. Excellent. Thank you so much. He's pretending that he's not seeing the crisis or seeing the problem. And of course, when he wakes up, the problem will still be there until he takes responsibility to address it to its conclusion. Ashley Peter TV anasema Ruto knows the gravity, but because he doesn't have Kenyans at heart, he's playing a deaf ear. Well, he says he understands the gravity of the strike, but since he doesn't care or give a damn whether Kenyans are catered for or not, well, he will keep playing games and playing politics with the livelihood of Kenyans. Well, other matters arising, 8 people interdicted from the KEBS, Kenya Bureau of Standards, over the fake fertilizer. Is this where things should be, or is this how things should be addressed? The fake fertilizer were distributed from government offices by government officials. Is it KEBS that is supposed to carry the greatest responsibility on this? Let us talk. And then, of course, Uhuru Kenyatta throwing in wherever his sense on the matters going on in the country, and says Kenya Kwanza administration has betrayed Kenyans. Kenya Kwanza administration has betrayed Kenyans. Do you agree with Uhuru Kenyatta that this is a betrayal by Kenya Kwanza administration, and therefore Kenyans should understand that they are being betrayed and not just being, mistreated or mismanaged by the rogue administration of one William Ruto? Karibu kila moja, naomba tafadhali tumakinike kukaribishana. Naamini kwamba tutapata suluhu tukiongea kwa masuala haya wazi wazi, kwa sababu ni wajibu wetu kama Wakenya kumakinika na kuhakikisha hakuna yeyote anasalia nyuma kwa mambo haya. Kwa hivyo William Ruto anasema madaktari warudi kazini na hakuna pesa watapewa. Na sijui wewe umeonaje mambo haya. Nimepewa inaitwa nini caption moja hapa inaonyesha jinsi matumizi ya serikali yamefanyika, na ukiona utalia, kwa sababu pesa zinazofujwa kwa sababu ya uongozi mbaya wa William Ruto ni nyingi kuliko zile madaktari wanaitisha, kuliko zile counties zinaitisha. Na watu ni kama serikali ya Kenya Kwanza ni kulinda wanaofuja mali ya umma, badala ya kuwasuta na kuhakikisha kwamba hiyo mali haitumiwi vibaya. Kwa hivyo ni kama hawa wana ulinzi wa serikali kufuja mali ya umma, na wao waendelee kujitajirisha, ili hali Mkenya wa kawaida anaendelea kuumia. Kwa hivyo ningependa tumakinike kwa mambo haya na tuambiane ukweli, ili kila mmoja asipotee na kila mmoja asishangae. Kwa hivyo naomba tafadhali tumakinike, tukaribishane, na hakikisha kwamba wewe ndio uko mstari wa mbele kukaribisha mtu. Hiyo TikTok sijaona likes, sijui kuna nini. Like video please, like the video, send us roses, and of course share the share the live. We'll be here for 3 hours talking Kenyan politics and of course seeking a lasting solution to what is bedeviling this country. So don't relent. We are not here shortwave, we are here for a long haul. So nakukaribisha tu watu wangu wa TikTok, tukue mstari wa mbele, share your live, hakikisha kwamba kila Mkenya anayehusika kwa mambo haya anakaribishwa, na maoni yake pia yatasikizwa, na tutajua mbivu na mbichi kabla kipindi kiishe. Kwa hivyo hapa ndipo Wakenya wote wanakusanyika kusema yanayowauma, yale yanayowaumiza moyoni, ili wakapone. Wakati umefika, hakuna haja ya kuficha. Wanasema kwetu, anayeficha mgonjwa, kilio cha kung'atuka kwake kitafichua. Kwa hivyo hapa sio mahali pa kusimama na kusema kila kitu kiko sawa sawa, mambo yataendelea kama vile yalikuwa, ndivyo itakuwa dunia bila mwisho. Bas, hapa ni lazima kuambiana ukweli. Serikali hii ni serikali duni. Serikali hii ni serikali ambayo haifai. Uongozi wa William Ruto haufai kabisa. Eti anaambia madaktari warudi kazini baada ya miaka mingapi hiyo kungoja hela yao? Hapana, haiwezekani. Tena anasema tu vizuri ati hakuna pesa. And then kile ambacho kinaniumiza sana ni wakati anasema ati we should live within our means. Is William Ruto living within his means? Is he living within his means? When he's putting on a belt for 500,000 Kenya shillings, belt, 500,000 Kenya shillings, wristwatch, 1.6 million Kenya shillings, is that living within his means? And all of that is at the expense of Kenyans. Gets into office, the first thing he does is replace the presidential plane at the taxpayers' expense. Renovate what is claiming to renovate State House. How is that a priority at the taxpayers' whatever expense? He's busy replacing vehicles. He's busy running around the world borrowing. He's running around the world borrowing, taking loans, which he vowed not to take. All of that at the expense of the taxpayer. And then he has the nerve to tell doctors that they should live within their means? No. Hell no. So if William Ruto thinks he's living within his means and Kenyans should live within their means, it's about time we began to compare the Ruto that was a Eldoret North Member of Parliament and the Ruto we have today. Grabbing land everywhere. Well, let's talk. Karibisha mtu hiyo namba watazamaji ipande tafadhali. Nashukuru tu wote kwa kumakinika. Naamini kwamba tutapata suluhu wakati tunazungumza. Tumia hii link kuingia studio. Nashukuru. Neti imeanza kuleta kizaza, lakini naomba tafadhali tushikilia hapo. Sound Candid Talk ndio inaongoza kwa wengi wa watazamaji. Tafadhali tumakinike, share your link. Alafu kuna nani hii Sound Candid Talk live inafuatilia, alafu Facebook pia imejitahidi hapo. Facebook mnajua ninyi ndio mmekuwa viongozi wa kipindi hiki kila mara, kwa hivyo jitahidini, share your link ili tukamakinike. Inaonekana Facebook wanapewa hapa compare na nini na X wamejitahidi sana mpaka wameshinda watu wa Facebook. Kwa hivyo Facebook jitahidini, na TikTok sioni, hebu jitahidini hapo. Naona watatu ama wangapi? Hebu jitahidini na like video. Usitazame tu, like video, participate in the poll question. Let's all engage and get the solution to what is bedeviling this country. William Ruto anasema madaktari waishi kulingana na budget. Anasema serikali hata imezidi budget yake, kwa hivyo hakuna hela ya kupeana kwa madaktari. Huku wabunge wamejiongeza mshahara. Watu ambao hawafai kwa sababu kazi wanayoifanya mimi sielewi. Walienda kutetea mwananchi, kufika huko wakageuka, wamekuwa au ndio wanakandamiza wananchi. Baada ya kukandamiza wananchi na kuwasaliti kwa kupitisha sheria ambazo hazifai, wanajiongezea mshahara. Ikifika kwa watu ambao wanapeana huduma muhimu kama ya kuhudumia wagonjwa, huduma muhimu kama kufundisha watoto ama kuendesha masomo katika nchi, hao watu wote wanaweka pembeni eti hao basi wanafanya nini? Ati hela yao haipo. Kwani kuna hela tu ya William Ruto kusafiri na kurudi? Kuna hela tu ya William Ruto kuzurura katika nchi hii akitembeza magari 50 eti anaonyesha kwamba yeye ni rais na wengine sio rais? Hela za madaktari zipatikane, la sivyo nchi hii tutanyamazisha kila kitu, tutakomesha kila kitu mpaka vitu zifanywe kulingana na sheria na kulingana na katiba. Kwa hivyo kila Mkenya na kukaribisha, usikae mbali. Hapa ndipo hadithi yote na story nzima inapatikana. Tusikae mbali, karibisha mtu tukamakinike. Nashukuru tu sana wote ambao mnajiunga nasi. Na muona nani huyu? Nilikuwa nimekwamia hapa kwa Rewell Kariuki, asante sana. Ashley Peter TV, asante sana. Charles Nyagi, karibu kwa show. Kuna Press J, asante sana. Your poll questions. Yes, poll question ni moja tu, tunauliza kama Ruto anaelewa hii masuala ya strike ya madaktari ina affect wananchi kiasi gani, because ile response anayopeana inaudhi kabisa, kuambia madaktari kwamba hakuna pesa tena. Anawaambia katika mkururo ambao haufai. Madaktari waliitwa kwa meza, minister wa inaitwa nini, health akatoroka mazungumzo. Sio madaktari wamehepa mazungumzo, ni nini? Ni minister wa health na wote wahusika wa serikali wamekwepa mazungumzo. Baadaye Ruto anawaongelesha kupita microphone kanisani eti wachane na strike kwa sababu hakuna hela. Kama kuna hela ya Ruto kuzurura, hela ya madaktari ipatikane. Kama kuna hela ya Ruto kuwa na mshipi wa $500,000, hela ya madaktari ipatikane. Kama kuna hela ya Murkomen kuvaa saa ya 1.6 million, hela ya madaktari ipatikane. Hakuna cha kuchezea hapa. Kwa hivyo karibu kila mmoja, naomba tumakinike tafadhali. Hiyo namba watazamaji nataka ipande kabla tuanze mdahalo huu kikamilifu. Link ndio hiyo nimepeana kwa wote ambao mnajiunga nasi. Naamini kwamba suluhu tutalipata tu wakati tutasimamia ukweli. Wale wote ambao wanataka kucheza shere na maisha ya Wakenya wahudumiwe ipasavyo, yaani washughulikiwe ipasavyo. Tusicheze na maisha ya Wakenya, tusicheze na afya ya Wakenya. Eti hakuna pesa ya madaktari na kuna pesa ya kuzurura dunia nzima kukopa. Mwaka mmoja tumekopa zaidi ya miaka 10. Alafu mnatuambia umesikia Ruto leo akisema the Bible says that even misquoted the scripture. It does not say a responsible man is a good man leaves an inheritance for his children's children. A good man, not a responsible man, a good man. Now, Ruto amekopa zaidi ya Uhuru Kenyatta, zaidi ya Kibaki, zaidi ya Moi, zaidi ya Jomo Kenyatta, yote put together. Lakini anasema yeye ndio responsible man that is leaving an inheritance for our children. Is this man serious? Bwana Innocent, karibu.
Yep. How are you?
I'm here. Doing good. How are you there?
Yeah, fabulous.
Naona wewe ndio kuna Valentine ya kutosha.
Inabidi. Sasa wewe unataka kwanza kukata mshahara ya watu wengine?
Mbona watu wajiongezee mshahara, ikifika kulipa madaktari wanasema kuna hela?
Kwani serikali ni ya nani?
Serikali ni ya kujilipa mishahara.
Serikali
kuhudumia Wakenya.
Serikali sio ya madoctors. Serikali sio ya walimu ama nini. Serikali ina wenyewe bana, ni shareholders. So kama you are not a shareholder, hautakani kuonekana hapo sasa. Anyway, we are doing fine. Nilikuambia kila siku will be tutakuwa Bernard, hii kipindi yetu ni mzuri, juu haiwezi kosa topic. Kila siku haiwezi kosa topic. Kuna topic zenye zinatoka bana mpaka unashangaa. Kuna responses zenye zinatolewa mpaka hata wasipoongea unafikiri tutakuwa na topic gani, tutakuwa tunaongea juu ya nini? I was just looking at even the Citizen TV vile walikuwa nasema ghost policemen. Kuna policemen huko parliament pia wanakula pesa huko za bure. Hizi kuna pesa mali zinapotelea kidogo na hizo zikipatiwa these guys. Kwanza sijui kama nilisikia vizuri. Ati there were how many? Is it 1,500 ama walisema ni nini? What is the number of doctors when walikuwa wanatakana kuhawa the interns?
1,500, I think so.
15. Only 1,500. Hiyo ni pesa ngapi hata ukipiga tu hesabu? Just a simple mathematics.
1,500, they are offering them 70. I think they asked for, is it 200? I don't know.
Hata kama ni 200,
Let's get Mato get for us those figures, huh?
Imagine if you calculate that, utapata ni pesa ngapi inafanya. And then let them just take ile pesa tu ya rigiji, ile yenye walikuwa wanaenda ku revamp the rigiji house, uweka tu hapo tu kidogo, then you calculate uone italipa hao watu how many days, yani how many months wanaweza lipwa. Just hiyo ni ya kuanzia, just kuchukua, alafu chukua ile curtain sijui ilikuwa 10 million curtains, uone tena utalipa hawa watu tena mwezi ingine. Chukua another, yani hii pesa kidogo kidogo zenye zinapotea potea, uchukue tu kidogo kidogo, you just add without taxing people. Utaona tu pesa zikipatikana tu rahisi, and you'll pay these guys. But hawa jamaa sio wengi. Mimi nilikuwa nafikiria ni huko ma 1 million, kumbe ni 1,500 people only ndio and then wanasema ati wage bill itaenda juu. Wage bill iende juu, na wakienda ndio wanajiongezea pesa huko, wakienda parliament wanajiongeza. Wacha wachukue zile pesa zenye walikuwa wanaongezea the MCS. MCS niona wakiuliza karibu sijui ni 200, ama MPs walikuwa wanaongezea sijui ni 300. Zile pesa walikuwa wanaongezea watu waseme tu tuchukue tupatie hawa doctors. Si ati pesa zinakosa. Number 2, there's a time walikuwa wanasema ati kila watu wakatwe pesa, hataki waongezewe pesa. Si they refuse zile pesa zenye, kuna mtu alikuwa amepitisha mswada akasema sasa people waongezewe pesa, wakakuja yeye akasema ati mimi sitaki kuongezewa na sitaki hao watu wangu waongezewe hiyo pesa. So hizi pesa zote zenye zinakolektiwa, hii tax yenye imeongezwa inaenda wapi? Mbona isitumiwe kulipwa these guys? Anyway, pastor wetu naona anaendelea vizuri, anaendelea kusoma Biblia na kutoa ma scriptures. Daktari, wewe unaweza kuongea ati ana misquote, anatumia jina mbaya. Unajua yeye ni daktari, hawezi kutumia the same word, lazima atumie
no, daktari wa uongo. Daktari wa uongo tena amesema ati kwa yeye atakuwa anaambia Wakenya ukweli kuhusu madeni. Ametuambia ukweli kuhusu corruption. Ametuambia ukweli kuhusu uchaguzi. Ametuambia ukweli kuhusu Jacob Juma na Msando. Na hiyo watu wote nataka ukweli kila mahali. Sio ukweli tu kwa madeni.
Madeni, unajua akisema madeni sio madeni ya pesa, ni madeni ya kila kitu yenye inafanyika. The way unasema wacha tuambie maana, yani anze let them come clear, waanze kusema everything. Waende kama ni kuna mashamba zenye zimechukuliwa, hizi mashamba ni za mtu fulani, hii ni nini, hiyo ndio what we call madeni. Anze kutueleza, lakini hizo pesa ni kidogo. Hizo pesa ni 1,500 people, that one they can wanaweza tu kukata kitu fulani hapo mahali wafanyie. Hata wakitoa a certain percentage ya housing waanze kuweka hapo, wanaweza tumia hiyo pesa kufanya other than yani kuchukua pesa za Wakenya, na hakuna kitu tunaona ikifanyika. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Innocent kwa utangulizi mzuri. Kama ni ukweli useme wote kwa kila kitu. Sio ukweli ambao unachaguliwa ni sehemu gani watazungumza ukweli na sehemu gani watazungumza uongo. Kama tumeboro vile tumeboro, hakuna kitu hatuwezi lipia. na kama tuliboro kwa sababu ya nyumba, basi nyumba zinajengewa wanaoishi ama waliokufa. Kama madaktari hawako kazini, watu wanakufa kila uchao, itakuwaje eti tunawajengea nyumba, affordable housing? These people need affordable graves, if that is what you are up to. If you are not paying doctors, you are not listening to doctors, they don't need affordable housing, they need affordable graves, and just make that available by your mismanagement of these manenos. Kabla tumlete Bwana Njiru, wacha tusikilize hii kwa kifupi. Oh God have mercy.
Na mtazamaji, Rais William Ruto sasa amewaambia madaktari kuwa hakuna pesa zaidi watakazopata zaidi ya zile walizopewa na serikali.
Naam, rais anasema matakwa ya madaktari hayawezi kuafikiwa kwa sasa, akisema mzigo wa matumizi ya serikali kwa sasa ni mzito. Na msimamo wa rais ukijiri kwa madaktari na wakishikilia kuwa matakwa yanasalia yalivyo na wataendelea kugoma. Na Brenda Wanga anatufungulia jamvi la Nipashe Wikendi siku hii.
Everything that is used in this country, Lord.
Rais Ruto amevunja kimya chake kuhusu mgomo wa madaktari ambao unazidi kulemaza huduma za afya nchini. Ruto akidai kwamba serikali haina pesa za kuwalipa madaktari jinsi wanavyotaka.
The resources we have are only sufficient to pay 70,000 shillings for intern doctors. It is not a salary, it is a stipend for only 1 year, and then they will be employed.
Madaktari ambao wamekuwa wakigoma kwa siku 25 sasa wameitaka serikali kutekeleza mkataba wa mwaka 2017 haswa kwa masuala ya mishahara na marupurupu ya madaktari wanafunzi.
1.1 trillion shillings every year to pay salaries and wages of the 2.2 trillion we collect. It is way above what we should be spending.
Hata hivyo, madaktari hawakusita kumkosoa rais. Muungano wao wa KMPDU ukishikilia kwamba mapendekezo ya malipo ya mishahara ya madaktari ilitokana na makubaliano baina yao na serikali, hivyo basi serikali haifai kukiuka mikataba hiyo.
We have not yet asked salary increase for medical interns or for doctors, but it is contained in our new CBA which has not been negotiated. Therefore, this is what has been paid for the last 7 years. It is just a shock to us that then it's being reduced in 2024.
Madaktari vile vile wamekanusha hoja ya Rais Ruto kwamba kulipwa kwa mishahara kulingana na mkataba wa CBA utaongezea mzigo kwa serikali. Wanasisitiza kwamba iwapo serikali inanuia kupunguza mzigo huo, basi sekta zote za utumishi wa umma zizingatiwe.
A responsible father leaves an inheritance for their children. We as Kenyans, we should not leave debt to our children. We should leave an inheritance.
But the same Bible in the book of Matthew chapter 7 states clearly that which father will give his children snakes when they ask for fish? Or which one will give his children stone when they ask for bread?
Hata hivyo, madaktari wanasema wako tayari kurejelea mazungumzo kutatua mgomo, japo maandamano yao yataendelea Jumanne. Brenda Wanga, Runinga ya Citizen.
Mambo ni kama hayo. Scripture exchange. A responsible father who gives people stone gives his children stone for bread and snake for fish. Bwana Njiru, hali vipi?
Yes, how are you Bwana Bernard? Unaendelea namna gani?
Nashukuru mzima.
Ya, nimeona leo umekuja na story moto hii ya madaktari. I think hiyo ndio nitaingia nayo. At least so that we can na nasalimia pia Innocent hapa, so that we can be able to explain to people what is happening and what need to be done. For your information, Bwana Ruto mshahara wake ni mkubwa sana. I need to be categorical about this. For your information, member of parliament mshahara wao ni mkubwa sana. So when you look, first of all, kuna kitu tunaitanga range in statistics. Range is the difference between the highest number and the lowest number. In Kenya, it is close to infinity. Namba kubwa sana. And that is what makes things not work. Because hatuna supermarket ya yule mtu anapata mshahara wa 10,000 na hatuna supermarket ya yule mtu anapata mshahara wa 1,000,000. We need to be categorical about that. So that is the number we need to deal with. This issue is not an issue of doctors alone. Doctors deserve money, for your information. They need to be paid as other people in the sector. Sababu hakuna mtu analipwa vizuri. But there is a commission nataka kuingililia hapa leo. Story ya mishahara haifai kukuwa inapewa politicians. Because Bwana Bernard, I want to tell you, politicians will never give you a solution. Ruto will never give you a solution. Member of parliaments will never give you a solution. They can bring some laws here and there, but like for example, when Kenyans need reforms, like when we wanted to reform the police, tulitengeneza ile commission ya wa police, IPOA. Wanaweza kuwa wajafanya kila kitu, but we had to make a commission whereby, and we have solved close to 30% of our issues with the police. So that is why constitutional bodies are very important. Sasa kuna ile body sijui inaitangwa CRC something. That body is supposed to be advising the government, but it is the most useless body in Kenya because CRC they have sai wanafaa kukuwa wametoa statement, wanafaa kukuwa wamesema according to the job market, according to what is happening in the society currently, daktari wa this class mshahara wake ni hii, daktari wa this class mshahara wake ni hii. Leo hata nimeshtuka by the way, nimesikia intern mshahara wake ni 70,000. Nimeshtuka. Bernard, let me tell you, that is a joke. That is a joke. Tunaweza kuwa tukisema serikali haina pesa. That one we don't know. We know governments lie. So personally, I never believe in government. Wale wanaaminigi serikali au ni wengine. Me, I never believe in a government. I believe in and to some extent I also don't believe in institutions. But I believe in people of goodwill who are trying to do the right thing in solving the issues which are affecting our day-to-day life. So, number one, wakati Ruto anaongea, take that as a lie. Government lie. That is kazi ya serikali wakiamuka. Leo ni uongo gani tutaachilia nje? That is the principles of governments. Everywhere. Hawa watu the reason why Bwana Bernard tumefanywa a bit docile. Raia wamefanywa docile. Ni sababu raia wanafanyangwa docile kupitia uongo. And politics is the heart of managing people using lies. Hiyo ni ile kitu. The only issue ni hiyo uongo isikue kubwa sana iwaue. Lakini people are managed by lies everywhere. It's unfortunate. So Mr. Ruto amesema intern analipwa 70,000. And when you look at that inequalities, and then we also, and Bernard, this is something which I want to say. Me, I'm not saying that people do not deserve money. Musiniongee kwa vibaya, musiseme nasema kwa vibaya. I'm not saying that people do not deserve to be paid. But I want to explain our current affairs of issues now. We are having MPs in the Kenyan parliament. Wengine hawajui kuandika, hawajui kusoma. Anaonyeshwa hata pahali ya kuweka signature. Na huyo mtu ako na milioni na. There are some of our MCAs who they cannot read and write. They are going far, they are doing what. So nikiangalia life ya intern, medic doctor, na inasemekana analipwa 70,000. That one is a joke, and I want to encourage KPMDU, ama wanaitwa aje, you cannot accept 70,000 in an economy which everything has gone high. Rent high, food high, transport high, investment high. Bernard, there is something I want to tell you here. The reason why we work, na hii kitu nataka kusema hapa, the reason why people they are not home, the reason why you work is so that you can afford life for your next generation. I can be able to educate my kids and do small investment, hata kama sio investment kubwa. But in the 21st century, ama hii miaka, we are working so that we can eat. Kitambo ikuwa hivyo. Kitambo yule mtu ambaye alikuwa kazi, you could see life difference. Hako na gari, watoto wake wanasoma shule fulani, like there was a difference in what this guy does in the society. These days you are working and you are taking home nothing. Your kids are suffering. I have had people being done interviews. Like there was a doctor who was interviewed the other day. I think mtoto wake, there was a condition alikuwa naye. Daktari alikuwa anachangisha pesa ya mtoto wake atibiwe. It was something which was going through Citizen. Daktari alikuwa anachangisha pesa mtoto wake atibiwe. So that is the level where we have gone. You have an esteemed profession, and that profession cannot serve you. No wonder we have so many doctors who the only thing they can do apart from working kwa serikali kidogo ni wafungue kliniki yao, aende akangojea wateja pale wampe consultancy ya ngiri 2 ngiri 3, because at that place all they get consulted by private hospitals. They go and consult for the private hospitals. So you realize that our doctors can only afford to be in hospitals like part-time, which is not good. And by the way, let me tell you, na hii ni kitu nataka kuelezea hapa because I want to explain to Ruto. I'm not a doctor, but I want to explain the path of being a doctor here today. I think they train for 5 years. Most of them, they train for 5 years. You sasa you just get a typical degree within 5 years. Then immediately after you graduate, doctors do not go directly to work. They are not deployed as doctors. Lazima asavu mwaka ingine moja. So hiyo ni mwaka ya 6. So mwaka ya 6 anafanya intern. Akifanya intern, the same doctor hajafika ati level ya daktari kabisa. Because kuna wale sasa you need to specialize. Now immediately after kukua intern, you are just a general doctor. Wetu ni daktari reja. You can just do general diagnosis. Lakini kama unataka kukua daktari ya roho, daktari ya tumbo, daktari ya akili kama yule kijana ya Tuori, daktari wa miguu, wale wa migongo, ama hata wa physiotherapy squeeze, you need another additional 2 to 3 years on top of the 6 years ile sasa umefanya. So we are now talking of 9 years. We are talking of 9 years. So kijana ama msichana anaingia hospitali akiwa very naive, kasichana kadogo sana, by the time kanahitimu as a consultant ni mama. That is and a lot of deterioration in the brain sababu ya ile akili ametumia. And wengine apart from that, wengine even they end up to the level of wanting to do master's degrees and PhD in that field, so that now they can become professors. I know you have gone to like Kenyatta Hospital, private wing, ukute kwa ubao hapo imeandikwa Professor Dr. so and so. I wish you can understand what that guy has gone through in this life, so that now huyo mtu uanzie kumwambia tunakulipa mshahara ya 200,000. I wish people can start understanding what these people are, and they are doing important work. Unajua Bwana Bernard, these are things which we are not talking here. The amount of work doctors are doing is enormous. See that they are not solving they are not offering solutions. They are solving issues in Kenya. Kuna mtu anataka bypass ya roho. Those are increasing problems in Kenya and in many societies now because of how we are eating. So unakuta saa zingine watu wamepata shida za roho, people need bypass. These days there are even now those people who need surgeries, specialized surgeries. These are the doctors who are doing. All these surgeries cannot be done in private hospitals, all of them. Raia wa kawaida kama sisi, even some of us who have NHIF, hii wanaita social fund hii, we go to regular hospitals to be treated. And that is where we expect to meet those professional doctors. We don't want to be treated by quacks. And these people who are professional, they have spent a lot of time in school. And we need to respect that. So this idea whereby tunasema, even this Ruto himself, he had to get his PhD so that he could legitimize himself. So it is one of the things which he legitimized himself with. Whether it is a good one or bad, that one is another thing. But he had to get that PhD to legitimize himself because he values education from a point of view, from personal point of view. But in grassroots, they don't want to value education. They are the same people saying wakiwa na kina Rigathi Gachagua hapo, hata masomo haina maana. I heard them saying that ati masomo haina maana, sijui nini, hata wale watu wamesoma. Let me this is the stereotype, Bwana Bernard, we have to fight. In this life, even hii YouTube tunatumia hapa saa hii na Facebook, haikutengenezwa na wajinga. You need to learn to know how to code. See, so these ideas where we are legitimizing stupidity and saying that hata kama hujasoma you can get money, we are not rebuking you. Unaweza fanya biashara na ufanikiwe na vitu zingine, lakini we cannot replace ati wale watu wamesoma tuseme wale watu wamesoma hata masomo isaidi. This world is changed by people who have done education, and I will confirm that one. Anything in this life, all revolutionary things, they come from scholarly work. Revolutionary things, they come from scholarly work. Ni mtu amekuwa akitafuta solution na anaipata. So Bwana Bernard, when I see us not valuing people who have, by the way, it's a sacrifice. Some of these people even sacrifice being with their kids and their wives to go and look for this education ili wapate. Saa zingine unakuta Kenyan government is not giving enough scholarship or enough money, and some of the skills some of our doctors need, they need to get them outside. You need to go to South Africa, University of Witwatersrand, or University of Pretoria, or Cape Town, or London University, or Cambridge. You need to go and school there, but you don't have enough resources. As a doctor unasema wacha niende peke yangu, wacha niache boma yangu 2-3 years, ni waache. So you sacrifice your family so that you can get a skill which you will come and engrave into your country. And then when your country is supposed to recognize you, we are not saying that they be overpaid. No one is saying that doctors want to be overpaid, but at least give doctors a decent life, a decent salary where they can afford life. Wacha daktari asiende hospitali na pikipiki. We don't want that. At least he can afford a regular car, Toyota Fielder, Arion, a good nice car. Akikuja hapo, atusemi ati waende hospitali na V8. Those who are blessed wakipata V8 ni sawa, but at least wacha daktari afford a decent life. It is so sad, Bwana Bernard, ati daktari anaenda hospitali kwa mguu, ama anaita jamaa, ama saa zingine inabidi daktari aite jamaa ya taxi amtoe kwa nyumba sababu ameitiwa emergency. He doesn't have a vehicle there which he can be able to rush to the theater very quickly sababu hana gari. Lazima ama aite jamaa ya boda boda, because unajua hata saa hii oil has gone extremely, fuel, gas iko juu sana. So Bernard, when we evaluate the equation of Kenya, we are not running a country. I'm now concluding. we are not running a country. We are running a kiosk country. Let me call it that way. Whereby we do not, like salaries are guesswork. Bwana, mishahara yote ambayo inalipanwa Kenya, hakuna mtu ambaye analipo yule mshahara anastahili. It is guesswork. Huyu alipo 10,000, huyu alipo 5,000, huyu alipo 15,000, huyu alipo 20,000. It is guesswork. We never use the economy. We never use parameters. We never parameterize anything. Ours is guesswork. MP alipo 1.5 million na hakuna kitu ati anafanya ya maana. How many motions have they done? I want to give an example as I finish now. The US, Joe Biden is paid around 3 million Kenya shilling. Because he earns around 400K per year. So it's around 3 million pesa ya Kenya. And the other guys, they are members of Congress, they are around 1.5 pesa ya Kenya. Wako hapo, around 1.5. So, and the same amount, I think Kenyan president is around 2 million. Hapo around 2 million. I think niliacha ikuwa 2.1. The member of parliament ako 1.5. Kama member of parliament wa US. Na huyu and the member of parliament wa US, for your information, he is representing a bigger economy. He is representing more people, especially like senators. Kama senator wa Pennsylvania, he represents like close to 20 million people or even 15 million people. Senator wa Florida, he is representing close to 29 million people. Senator wa New York, how many people is he representing? So is a facade when you hear somebody who is representing 50,000 people, kama mbunge wa Garissa. Somebody who is representing 50,000 people, alipo 1.5 million. And when you look at the shrinkage factors of our economies, US economy and the Kenyan economy, shrinkage factor is close to 40. The US economy is 40 times ours. So that means Kenyan president is supposed to be earning like 150,000. If we look at shrinkage factors, the member of parliament is supposed to be earning like 100K. If we look at shrinkage factors. So what happened, and the reason why we are poor, it is because we pay astronomical figures to people who do not deserve. And the people who deserve money, we don't pay them anything. Because there is no reason why by somebody should be earning 1.5 na mwingine, a professor in a university, is earning 175,000. I'm done. Nisiende zaidi ya hiyo.
Asante Bwana Njiru, tunashukuru. Very insightful observation there. I think the solution is let's talk about what everybody's afraid to talk. And that is our salary remuneration as far as this country is concerned is irregular, no doubt. Is irregular because I don't see why we should pay MCS, members of parliament, senators, and who else, including governors, more than doctors. It should. I don't see why that should be the case. Including the president, it should not be paid more than doctors. I mean, people who hold the life of the country should be paid the most. The people with the greatest responsibility. The healthcare aspect of this country should be given its rightful place. Wewe ni mtu wa standard 8 dropout. Umefanya kelele, umechaguliwa kwenda bunge, unapewa 1.6 million per month. 1.2 million per month. Naambiwa MCS saa hiyo wamefika 700K per month. Alafu madaktari wameitisha 200K. Na hiyo ndo mnapigia kelele hapa, mnasema hakuna pesa. Pesa ilienda wapi? Kateni hii mishahara yote by 75%. Wabunga wa kitambo kina Martin Shikuku na nini walikuwa wanalipwa 7K. 25K, I think the highest they got was 25K a month as members of parliament. Why are we turning public service into a business venture, that you invest into politics, get into office, and then become rich by reason of your political connections. Something has to happen to this country, and that is we must begin to talk straight over these manenos. Mishahara ya wabunge, wa magavana, president, all politicians. Hapo ndio pesa zinapotelea. Zichukuliwe kutoka huko, zipeane kwa madaktari, zipeane kwa hospitali. Tena huko wameenda kujipanga foleni eti tuingie sijui kwa mkataba sijui wa nini ati tulipe insurance, wakule hiyo ya insurance pia. So ladies and gentlemen, let's get talking. Thank you so much for joining from wherever you are. Thank you for inviting somebody. Please, let's be on the forefront to ensure that we have as many people watching from wherever they are. The TikTokers, asante sana kwa kujiunga nasi. Watu wa X ni kama mmeanguka, naomba mrudi. Mrudi, hakikisha kwamba unafuata kipindi kwa makini na unahusika kwa njia moja au nyingine. Tutarudi kwa Innocent na wale wanaingia ambani niliona ukitisha links, you umeenda wapi? Karibu kwa show. Msimamo sijakuona. Naomba muje tu tukazungumze masuala haya. Masaa ndio haya naendelea kukatika na ni muhimu tumakinike kwa kuelimisha Wakenya na kuwajuza vizuri. Hiyo salary and remuneration commission, it should go. Okay? It should just go because it is not doing anything. We thought they have put their commission that is going to strike a balance in terms of who gets paid where. But now it became an accomplice that it is sustains things where it found. I thought they are the people who are supposed to reintroduce job groups. Okay? Come hata huko mbunge. Simi naambiwa walimu, teachers. Okay? If you have a degree, whether you are teaching baby class, okay? Your salary is not determined by the class you teach. Your salary is determined by your academic qualification. Kwa nini ikifika kwa rais tunageuza? Kwa nini ikifika kwa mbunge tunageuza? Kwa nini ikifika kwa mwanasiasa tunageuka? Wewe ingia bunge, lakini wewe ni kama wa class 8, upewe mshahara wa class 8. Kama ni wa form 4, upewe mshahara wa form 4. Hii story ya kupewa magari makubwa, maisha mazito, kuibia tu wa Kenya, that should not go on. So that salary and remuneration commission, you either do your work or leave office, because hakuna haja wewe kuwa hapo kupata mshahara kwa kukandamiza wa Kenya, wakati wa Kenya wanatamani kufanya nini? Wanataka kukombolewa kutokana na maovu mengi tu. Well, let's look at this story and then Innocent will take it.
At the same time, 8 Kenya Bureau of Standards officials have been suspended in connection to the fake fertilizer scandal, which is a subject of investigations by DCI detectives and Parliament.
Well, the 8 officials were interdicted over issuance of certification and marks of quality to 2 companies, which have been linked to the substandard fertilizer. Earlier on Sunday, police in Bungoma nabbed 120 bags of suspected fake fertilizer that was allegedly being repackaged, ready for distribution in the country. Well, this story was produced by Gatete Njoroge.
8 Kenya Bureau of Standards officials have become the first casualties of the fake fertilizer scandal. The officials, all from the Quality Assurance Department, were interdicted for allegedly issuing certification and giving the mark of quality to 2 companies which have been linked to the production of fake fertilizer. The 8 were interdicted to allow for proper investigations into the matter, which has sparked uproar across the country. Among the 2 companies which have been linked to the scam is KEBS Chemicals, whose operations were suspended on Friday and its fertilizer products withdrawn from the market after KEBS confirmed it did not meet the required quality standards. DCI detectives investigating the case want to establish how the companies deviated from the approved standard prescribed by KEBS to produce fake fertilizer, which has led to an outcry among farmers. Sources have revealed that more KEBS officials are under probe and could soon face the law. Despite the ongoing investigations, it seems those in the trade have thrown caution to the wind. Police in Bungoma town impounded a consignment of suspected fake fertilizer, which was reportedly being repackaged at a petrol station in the area before being distributed in the county.
Kwa saa hii hatuwezi tukadhibitisha kama ni gushi ama sio gushi mpaka tualike watu ya KEBS, and most likely ipelekwe katika maabara ya serikali ili tudhibitishie kwamba ni safi na inaweza tumika na wakulima. Mifuko ni 120 iko blooded ni county government of Bungoma.
The minister, if they align officers in the Ministry of Agriculture, kila mtu atabeba msalaba wake. Time is up watu kujificha kwa makoti ya watu ama kwa majina ya watu. Kila mtu atatambulika kwa kazi, kwa maneno na kwa ishara na vitendo vyake.
In Nairobi, a planned press briefing organized by the National Cereals and Produce Board and which was allegedly set to be addressed by the management of KEL Chemicals was cancelled at the last minute after officials from the company failed to turn up. Senior officials from NCPB were at the venue where the briefing was to take place. Individuals and entities allegedly involved in the scandal have been summoned to the DCI headquarters to record statements over the matter this week. Among those expected to appear before the DCI on Monday to be questioned is businessman and director of SBL Innovate Manufacturers Limited, Josiah Kimani Kariuki.
Haya, mambo ni kama hayo. Quality assurance. But innocent. Are these people innocent or guilty?
They should be Bernard. They can't be innocent. They are only Bernard maybe.
No, hao walipeana quality insurance. Hao kusema kwamba nendeni mtengeneze mbolea ambayo haifai.
Now the things zenye naangalia mpaka nashangaa what is happening. You see, like now people have been sacked ni wa KEBS. Mimi sioni, yani ukielekea ndani sana sioni mali wanaingilia sana, because if you come I give you a certificate na nikwambie uende something na maybe your documents were showing the right thing, alafu uende uunde kitu mbaya. I don't know mali wanaingilia. Sio kazi yao ni kukuja maybe baadaye ndio wakuje waangalie kama whatever you. And sometimes unajua KEBS si ati ni one commodity wanaangalianga peke yake. Everything. So by the time wanakuja kurealize that fertilizer is fake, I don't believe there are millions of them. There are very few by the way. KEBS si ati ni watu wengi. So kukuja kujua ati cooking oil, siji maize, flour, siji mafuta ya kuchipaka, and all these things, by the time wanakuja kurealize something is fake, itakuwa imechukua time. So that's why wakisha kupatia something, when you do it wanakujanga kutest, ama when you have done it unawaita wanakuja wanatest the quality. So after they have tested it, that's when they wanasema they release it there. But it's not that it's not a must that wakuje kwa kampuni yako. You as an owner mnakuanga na people we call the quality control officers in your company. Hao ndio ni kama wanawazimamia, so that whenever you produce something, when you give it out, in case haiko standard, wewe ndio unakuja kushika kama quality officer kwa hiyo kampuni. But si ati lazima wapite kila kampuni kwenda kuangalia ati whatever you're producing is right ama nini. So for them, that's why wanapitanga hata kwa supermarket, wanaenda wanachukua one of the product wana test. But what they do, if you have a company, ukisha produce whatever you produce, unawapelekea sample, ama you call them, wanakuja wana test kama iko. But the companies, they have their own quality control officers wenye wanafanyanga hiyo kazi. Ndio wakishapitia, that's the moment anaweka signature, hii kitu imepita vizuri. So ikipita for them, wakikuja wanakuja wanashika, sio the owner Sio ona ndio wanaenda kushikwa ati ndio amefanya hivi. The people were supposed to be kushikwa ni wale quality control officers wenye, like if I have a company na nimeweka quality officer in my company, yeye ndiye anatakana mimi nikiulizwa, mimi nauliza the people I've employed in my company ndio ni like now those officers huko marketing managers wenye wanapeleka hizi vitu nje, hao wenye store keepers ama whatever. So ukiweza kufuatilia hii kitu vizuri, hii kitu sio ati ni ya this companies wenye wanasema. Kuna watu like you can see what they are doing in Bungoma. How can people get fertilizer and then it's repackaged? You know, they only tell us that it was repackaged. They should have told us repackaged in yani walikuja na mifuko ingine imeandikwa GK ama walikuja na mifuko ingine yenye imeandikwa different company, because some companies can do that. Mtu anataka kukuharibia biashara yako, anaenda ananunua magunia zako, anakuja na repackage anaweka kwa karatasi. Kama ninunue sugar, niende tu nitafute mfuko yangu na niweke, ama nitafute mfuko ya my opponent, my competitor, niweke hiyo sugar ndani. So they were being repackaged in which way? That thing hawajaelezea vizuri ndio watu wajue ni nini. Were they repackaging it kuweka kwa kitu ya GK, ama walikuwa wanaweka kwa yani mfuko yao? They have not given us the right information, hata watu wa Citizen or whatever they are telling us, so that we know exactly ni nini, what was happening there. Senator alikuwa huko na akasema ati sijui kila mtu ati agriculture wote washikwe. Why don't they, mbona unaenda kutafuta mtu wa agriculture officer wa the CS wa agriculture wa county? Si wewe umepata gunia hapa hii lori ndio umepata na driver. Huyu driver ametoa wapi? Shika tu ule mtu immediately, mseme ametoa wapi, awapeleke paka kwa mahali ametoa, because he must have the delivery note. Aende paka kwa mahali aliitoa. Huyo mahali alitoa ndio waende waambie those guys, tuambie nani ama mmetoa kwa distributor gani, na yeye awapeleke kwa distributor aseme mmetoa kwa kampuni gani ama manufacturer gani, awapeleke kwa hiyo manufacturer, na hiyo manufacturer ndio and they follow people paka. By the way, hii kitu wakianza kufuatilia, it's very easy, but wanaturusha huko. Sasa saizi today tumeona ni people have been sacked, but fertilizer we are still having fertilizer mbaya. So sisi sio watu wanashikwa. What we want is fertilizer ama pesa. That is what people should be more concerned. Pesa ama fertilizer, not watu washikwa sijui walifanya nini. Hizo vitu zingine hizi Mickey Mouse games, I think tumeanza kuzizoea. Tulisema we'll be seeing these things happening every time we'll be seeing them happening. Bernard, continue.
So asante sana bwana Innocent. Unasema fertilizer au pesa. Now, unajua kile mimi nashindwa ni hii fake fertilizer haiuzwi kwa maduka ya rejareja. Hakuna mtu amesema alienda soko ya Chebukube akanunua nini fake fertilizer. Hakuna mtu alisema niliona hardware hapa inauza fertilizer nikaingia ndani nikanunua, kumbe ni fake. Hii fertilizer inatoka kwa NCBP, store ya serikali. Okay? That means ikitoka kwa manufacturer, it went straight to the government cereal board. Okay? Before it is admitted in the cereal board by the storekeeper, before it is released to the farmers, that is where the testing needs to be done. Okay? Mimi ni storekeeper wa NCBB ya Makadara. Okay? Mizigo imekuja. Nitapokeaje mizigo niweke ndani ya store nianze kuuzia wananchi kama sijui ni nini nauzia wananchi? You get that? So hiyo sio story ya KEBS. Atukwenda kutafuta watu 8 huko kufuta. That's a joke. The people who began to distribute the fertilizer, they were distributing what? Why? Because the fertilizer is not in the open market. The fertilizer is within the custody of the government framework. So head wa NCBB awe ameenda tayari. PS wa agriculture ameenda. CS wa agriculture ameenda. Kwa nini wameuzia wananchi sumu? Kwa nini wameuzia wananchi sumu? Kwa sababu wanamezembea kazini. Because there's no, hata kama ni vitabu, umeletewa vitabu unatubia wanafunzi. You don't just take the boxes and begin to give to the students. You check, you sign, you have received 20,000 exercise books for the 5,000 students in your school. Each book has 78 pages, and this is for this class and this for this class. You don't just receive things in buckets and then begin to distribute them. So hii story ya kwenda at KEBS sijui muhuri gani, muhuri tuna print hapa River Road ya KEBS kwanza, ile inatoka better quality kuliko ile inapeanwa kwa nini at stamp. That you are sucking people for stamp. Hakuna mchezo, wapeleke huu mchezo mbali sana. If they don't want to address the fake fertilizer issue, they should just drop it. Not to take us round and round at KEBS. KEBS does not manufacture. So the manufacturer is free. The companies that are manufacturing are free. Now you go and get people that they approved. Approved what? Bwana Njiru, nisaidie lakini inakasirisha sana.
It is your regime in 2024. I can tell you, hata mzee Moi akifufuka, yule ambaye tulikashifu sana, hata kuwa na la kusema. We have deteriorated, Bwana Bernard. Like, I want to tell you, and we are losing in so many fronts. Kabla niingie story ya fertilizer, you know, we are losing our culture. We are losing, and this is how you know a country is failing. When I was growing up, sababu mimi sio wajuzi sana. When I was growing up, I grew, I'm a generation ya granaries. I'm a generation ya granaries. So nikitembea kwa shosh, unasikia akiwaambia hebu muingie kwa hiyo granary hapo. Some of us hata tumelala kwa granary. Sijui kama bana wewe ni wa hiyo generation ya some of us kabla ya vijana watenge. Sasa mnataka kutahiri na vijana wanafaa kutengenezwa nyumba. Kabla mtengenezwe nyumba mnaambiwa muhamie kwa granary. Sijui kama wewe ni wa hiyo generation. ile granary tulikuwa tunainua na inainuliwa juu, alafu inatengenezwa na the things ile ilikuwa na vitu ilikuanga na roofers. We have to be telling young kids, the TikTok kids, where we have come from. And in our village, or like in my county, if I may call it that way, every extended family had a granary. Let me not say every family, at least every extended family, because most of our Zs, our grandfathers, were polygamous. So walikuwa na bibi wawili, bibi watatu hivyo. So kila mzee alikuwa na gara. Let me call it gara. Nilikuwa tafuta hiyo jina. Kila mzee alikuwa na gara. Na hapo ndio tulikuwa tunaweka chakula. So mandizi zinakuja zinawekwa hapo. Sijui ile mahindi. So like ungetembea kwa family, ulikuanga unakuta hata mzee anakuambia hii mahindi, let's say the year is 1985. Unasikia mzee akikwambia hii mahindi ni ya 81 hapa. Hii ni ile tuliharvest 81. Hii ni walikuwa wanaziweka na miaka. So like in my language, we call it ovosho. Let me use that word. The people, ovosho is like you have plenty, which can spill over. And that is how we grew up. I'm of a generation where we never minded of money. Like, hata wazee wetu awako mababa zetu, they are not of the generation whereby people were hustling for money. Wazee tu walikuwa tu wanatafuta tu pesa ya kuenda tu kulipa tu school fees ya primary school, ile ilikuwa kidogo. Then along the way, vijana tukienda secondary, our coffee factories that time and our tea factories, you could go in your tea factory and get a check. Hiyo check unapewa, mutapeleka kahawa, then hiyo check yenyu mutakatwa. That is the generation where like there was a progressive concept of prosperity within communities, even with our primitiveness of that time. Sasa, and we were not thinking of this fertilizer thing, for your information. Hata serikali, we did not have a plan, a government plan ya kupea watu mafertilizer na hizi mahindi wanapea watu saa hii. Mahindi za kupanda zilikuwa zinahangiwa pale juu, either kwa jiko ama kwa gara, na ni ile tu mahindi ambayo mumeharvest mwaka jana ndio munarudisha. That has been our lifestyle. But what happened? The government realized, and that is why those people that's why some of us, when you hear some of us fighting the government and saying that the government cannot help you, the whole responsibility of the government is to control and curtail you from thinking. This is what we mean. So the government, together with their cartels, they realize that this is a very serious economy which needs to be gotten away from people, and we now need to explore this economy. So wakaanzia na mbegu. So mbegu zikaanza, na then sasa hizi mafertilizer sasa zikakuwa kukuja ni mingi. These days you rarely hear of a Kenyan akisema natumia manure. I used to like in 4K clubs, when we were I don't know if those 4K clubs exist in primary schools, because we used to have them. In 4K club, ama wale student walikuwa wanafanya agriculture in form 4, ulikuwa unaona mtoto ako na project yake pale ka plot. We used to have plot whatever, agriculture project, and we were doing that comparative analysis. Unasikia wewe unaambiwa sukuma zako upande na manyua ya nguruwe, na mwingine anaambiwa apande na manyua ya mbuzi, na mwingine apande na manyua ya chicken, and then we do some comparative analysis. That's how we grew up. So, but suddenly the government has taken over everything, and the moment when the government takes over everything, or takes over critical issues within the society clambles. So they took over hiyo kitu yote. So our agricultural sector was taken over by the government. So ikakuwa serikali ndio wanajua ni fertilizer gani itapandwa, sijui tutapea wakulima mahindi ya kupandwa. And it has been methodological, including even the time when they said wanataka kuuza Kenya seed, sababu walikuwa wanasema wanataka kuuza Kenya seed so that we can lose our indigenous seeds which we have been having perennially. So, and Kenyans never learn, and bwana lazima nisisitize hii. There was a guy called Kioko Mangeri in 2007, 2008. I want to say the dangers which we always experience in agriculture. We have never gotten it right in the Department of Agriculture. And the Department of Agriculture is the most crucial institution in emerging economies. I'm talking of emerging economies, because an emerging economy needs to feed their people so that you can start thinking about technology. Like when you look at America in the 40s, when they were highly industrializing, that is the time when their agricultural technology increased so much. Because before you advance technologically, you have to advance agriculturally. That's why even in the world, we started with the agrarian, then industrial revolution. It cannot be vice versa. You cannot begin with industrial, then agrarian. It doesn't work that way. You can only think when you are full. Lakini ukiwa na njaa, sometimes you only think of evil things. Even those pickpocketers who you see in Nairobi, it is not that those guys cannot think right. Lakini uyo I'm not trying to credit at wizi at watu they have a right to steal. I'm not saying that they have a right. Some of them are criminals. Lakini tumbo yako ikiwa imejaa ama iko na kitu, or you have gotten some a little bit enough, you can now think nitakaa wapi, nitafanya aje, nitaoa aje. Now you can think of extras. But until ufike that critical level whereby tumbo yako imejaa, you can't think of anything. You can't talk of technology. The reason why in America they are talking of social issues and going to the space, doing what, even in Europe and even Chinese, it is because they have concentrated with agriculture. Because once you sort food, actually you even neutralize the election, or you make people not get to you actually deconcentrate power. Food is one way of deconcentrating power. We don't concentrate. Hata MP atakuja hapo kwetu hakuna mtu atatokezea because I have food in my granary. Kwa nini niende nikachukue 1,000 of this nut and I have food, niko watoto wangu wako shule na waelimisha vizuri. Why should I? So you even see our disconnect with the politicians becoming lunch and lunch and lunch, and that is something which we have to understand. So the reason why I was talking about this issue of agriculture na nikapeana that chronology, Bwana Bernard, is simple. We are being poisoned. Hiyo story ya Kioko Mang'eri, right now people are dying of cancer. We don't know the aflatoxin, the genesis of aflatoxin. Kuna mahindi for some generation, I think 2007, 2008 hapo, there is mahindi which even Kioko Mang'eri said, and I think Bernard mutafute hiyo video because Kioko Mang'eri said, I think he is right now. Kioko Mang'eri said hiyo mahindi has been distributed to Kenyans, and Kenyans will start seeing the effect of that mahindi in the next 10-15 years. Kioko Mang'eri said, there is a video where Kioko Mang'eri, he used to be KEBS chairman or MD that time, because Wakenya walikuwa nauzua mahindi kona aflatoxin lakini hawaambiwi. There were those days when some Kenyans were dying of aflatoxin. Ulikuwa unasikia there were some people in Ukambani, unasikia kuna watu 10 wamekufa hapo na aflatoxin. Lakini sometimes aflatoxin iwezi kuua kama ijafika critical mass. A certain percentage I think ya moisture content kwa hizo mahindi. But it has cumulative effect. And those cumulative effects ndizo tumeanzia kuona saa hii. So that's why now you are seeing we have accelerated rates of cancer in Kenya, because and some lifestyle diseases, and they will continue increasing and increasing because we have contaminated our eating lifestyle, whereby we no longer have anything indigenous. Everything which we have is exotic or blended. And kitu ingine pia Bernard tunafaa kujiuliza hapa ni how many blended products do we have? Even huko private sector tunasema ati hiyo fertilizer haijafika. You know how our businessmen operate. Wanaendeanga hiyo vitu ya serikali wanaenda kuchanganya na yao. You know how businesses operate in Kenya. So there is a possibility manufacturers wa fertilizer original wamekutana na hiyo ya serikali waende wakablend na yao. That is how our manufacturers behave. So, and that's why yesterday I said we are under terrorism. Bernard, that is what we call terrorism in a nutshell. Terrorism is where you deliberately plan harm to innocent people. That is terrorism. So when Medeka Inturi, the womanizer, and that's why Bwana Bernard, na hii kitu nataka kusisitiza hapa, character is everything important. Kama na sijui kama mulisikia kuna mama alikuwa anasema mtu fulani alikuwa mwizi wa karamu shule. Kuna mama alikuwa anasema wakati sijui alikuwa class 5 kuna mtu fulani alikuwa mwizi wa kalamu shule. Let me tell you, Bernard, if you have committed crime in zone A, you can commit crime in zone B, C and D. Huyo mama alikuwa anasema, huyu Mithika Linturi alikuwa anapokonyana mabibi za watu. That is criminality. That is somebody who can commit crime in other zones. So what I'm trying to say in a nutshell is that we do not have people who have consciousness. In fact, religion, Bernard, I think this is something you need to come and tell me is, why should Mithika Linturi call himself a Christian? I want somebody to explain to me what are Christian virtues towards a society such that huyu mtu roho yake hata iwezi sikia vibaya when he is bringing things which can actually harm people, or when somebody is even trying to drain people out of their resources, or when somebody is trying to bring dangerous things to people. Those are things these things are being brought to communities which are predominantly Christian. Like, we have a religion, it cannot safeguard us. We still need to do some policing here and there. Mara unasikia sijui hii kitu imepatikana sijui hii. So our society is changing. Our society is ending. There was sometimes we used to have the loyalty pledge, whereby we somehow loved our nation. We were patriotic. I think your loyalty pledge irudishwe. At least we need that level of patriotism, whereby somebody can do anything to save his nation. Ati nikisikia kuna watu wanaingililia ile pande ya Somalia coming to harm my nation, neza toka from Embu or from Meru to go and protect our border in that direction, or to do something big for our nation. Because, you know, Ronald Reagan, who is one of our mentors, he said, don't ask what the government can do for you, but rather ask what you can do for the government. What I mean by that is, or what he meant by that is simple. Sometimes we are not fueling our energy enough towards fighting the government when they are harming us. And I don't know what Kenyans are waiting for. I do not see any demonstration. I do not see anything like, because let me tell you, if today's Kenyan government was Haiti's government, and I've given this example, if Ruto was the president of Haiti, together with his cabinet, today he would not be the president. Angekuwa ametolewa. Barbecue could have already done with him. Yeah. There are some guys, those who you call sijui criminals, gangs, ni watu tu wanachoka. Majamu wanatokezea, wanasema sasa enough is enough, and they decide now we are going to help people. So saa zingine you are concentrating with the Haiti crisis. Na nini kitu nataka kuelezea hapa Banan. You people, we are busy saying here that Haiti is a lost nation. And these people, they are trying to recover their nation. Haiti is not lost. I listened to Barbecue. I'm not trying to support gangs here. I'm not trying to support criminality. But I listened to Barbecue. He is making sense. When you listen to him, I'm not ratifying what he is doing. Like sometimes people are dying and what. But when you listen to this guy and his urge towards fighting corruption and bringing inclusivity, because their government, people have been alienated. They only give jobs. So and then unasikia sasa nao wa Kenya ati tunataka, we want to go and destabilize Haiti without even knowing what those people are going through, without even knowing that actually we have a bigger crisis than Haiti ourselves. It's only that we are hanging by the thread. It is not that we can also not have criminal gangs. It's only that we are a little bit patient and we think that the things can be sorted out democratically. But once you lose that hope that things can be so, but I don't mince my word when I say things. I want to tell you, the end point of Kenya is 2027. If in 2027 democracy will not work in Kenya, wait for gangs. People will go back to the forest. Thank you.
Huyu anaitwa Njiru anasema basi hapa kumeharibika kabisa. Maovu yanayotendwa hayapimiki ama is incomprehensible. Swala la Linturi mimi kwangu nikauliza, sio kuuliza kama ni Mkristo. Swali ambalo lingefaa ni pasta wake ni nani, kwa sababu kama ni mchungaji lazima ujue kondoo zako, na hizo kondoo zimewekewa mikono zikabarikiwa na mchungaji ziende kuangamiza Wakenya. Hapo sasa ndio ngoma inapanda, kwa sababu watu kudai ni Wakristo ama ni wacha Mungu sio hoja. Hoja ni wamesimamiwa na nani katika hiyo mambo. Kwa mfano, William Ruto ndio huyu anaangamiza nchi baada ya kila siku, lakini ako kwa ibada kila Jumapili. Mchungaji wa Ruto ni nani? Where is he accountable as far as his spirituality is concerned? Is he portraying Christian character? Is he a representative of Christ, including the wife? Are they the pastors of themselves, or they have a pastor? And if they have a pastor, does the pastor recommend and, support them in the evil that they are committing against Kenyans? That's where the bottom line lies. Because if you're going to a really serious church and you're being taught the truth of God's word, and you're applying that truth of God's word, you will have a conscience, you will have a fear of God, you will have a sense of responsibility to your nation and to the future. What is annoying is that William Ruto is extravagant. His government is extravagant. They are running down the country, and then he's pretending to be the one defending the resources of the country. That's where it beats all my understanding. And to make matters worse, he's saying that from the church. So church leadership needs to be redefined. I support Njiru on that. Church leadership has to be redefined. How? Because we can't have everybody claiming to belong to church, but it's not representing the church. Claiming to belong to Christ, but it's not representing Christ. Because if I am a Christian and I'm in this space, my Christian virtues need to impact the kind of space I'm occupying. I don't have to come and preach. I don't have to come and say the Bible says. My character needs to depict Christ in my space. So Ruto being in leadership space, political leadership space, how much positive Christian influence are we having in the name that we have a Christian as a president? How many so-called Christians are in parliament? How much positive impact are we having in that parliament by reason of us having Christians as the majority in parliament? They are the ones passing useless laws. They are the ones passing impunitive bills. They are the ones collecting bribe in order to pass unthought through laws. So the fall of Christianity in Kenya begins by one, church leaders, two, those who claim Christianity and then they are taken on the surface that they are Christian. Your Christianity needs to be first and foremost your loyalty to Christ, that you cannot do anything against Christ. You cannot do anything against the word of God. You refuse. But if you are busy doing everything everyone is doing and you claim to be Christian, you are a liar. And so you are a misrepresentation of what Christianity is. And that is why we must be very careful when we say so-and-so is a Christian or so-and-so is whatever professing faith in Christ. So all these people with questionable characters who are claiming to have Christian names and belonging to Christian congregations, tuanze na wachungaji wao. Wachungaji wao wanafundisha nini? Wachungaji wao wanasimamia nini? Wanaamini nini? Sio tu kupokea bahasha na kupeana maombi ya bure ya kudanganya watu. Eti kuna mmoja anakuja tena naambiwa kuna mmoja anakuja hapa kuzuia maovu. Another important prophet is coming. Kenya will only be healed when we own up our sins. Hii maneno ya kuimport prophets. Prophets are not going to change anything. Okay? You cannot run away from your shadow. Even if the prophet prays for you, as soon as the prayer is over, your shadow will be following you. Kenya must come to terms with their shadow and understand that they clean up their shadow in order for them to have a clean shadow. But if you pretend that you import this prophet, he sanctifies you, this one prays for you, this one does this, it's all a mess. And so the Christianity, naambiwa hapa na Julius, Pastor Ruto and his wife ni Mackenzie. Julia, hapo sisemi kitu.
Yeah, that is hard, Bernard. Wewe ndio utatuambia mchungaji wa Ruto na Rachel ni nani? Ama Rachel ndiye mchungaji na Ruto ndiye assistant pastor? Ama kunaendanga aje huko?
Julius amesema pastor wa Shakahola, Mackenzie, ndio pastor wa Ruto na Rachel.
Yes, if you look at the things, kuna so many accidents. I mean, nimeona Murkomen akisema they'll partner with the private sector. Did you watch Murkomen to install cameras on the road so they can catch those who are causing road accidents? So I don't know whether they are going to install cameras all the way through all those miles and miles to Tharaka Nithi. Sijui kama uliona, lakini I wanted to ask Jiru, I wanted to ask you a question. Sijui kama uko karibu. I'm wondering why a few years ago, I mean, during the Kibaki reign, and especially, and then we come to the Uhuru reign, the coffee farmers were getting a lot of money in Mount Kenya region. And even I think tea was doing well. What happened in the last 12 months? Do you understand exactly what Gachagua did? Because Gachagua is one who came, I think, disbanded all those cooperatives. And I don't know what. Do you understand what exactly happened? Mena tunaweza allow Njiru anijibu, pengine anaelewa ground.
Yeah, okay. I can say that. You see, this one coils down to what Mr. Ruto said. Mambo ingine, upate serikali, then the rest you will deal with it. And one thing which, Julia, you have to understand is that coffee and tea, which are major cash crops in Mount Kenya region, they played a key role in making most of our families stable. And that is one of the area whereby forget about Gachagua. Gachagua is a stooge. He doesn't understand anything. So Gachagua is that person who can supervise people from Mount Kenya being skinned, and he doesn't understand what is happening. So Ruto is just working on a script. But it's unfortunate, but by the time Mount Kenya people realize, even any reason that hii regime itafikisha miaka 5, you can forget coffee and tea. You can forget those will be they will be like the Kikomi thing which we talk, how watu walikuanga wanapanda pyrethrum, Pareto, how watu walikuanga wanapanda cotton. Those things they will die. They will die because cash crop means that the cost of production and the sales have to outdo the cost of production. But if you are making losses year in, year out, you not do coffee. And ukikata kahawa sahi, you need 5 years to reclaim it again so that you can have the next harvest. It needs years. So it's the killing of the community, nothing much. So once we become destitute, our kids cannot go to school. The one man sharing ile kitu unajua ilikufa. From there, Julia, we become destitute and we become handout people. So we are just creating adult people under the supervision of our own people. Regarding Gachagua. Thank you.
So is it ni kama kwamba those corporate, unakumbuka there were issues of licensing? Is it that they withdrew the licenses from the so-called middlemen in quotes who are buying coffee? Ama ulisikia nini, Njiru? Juice? They have
just destroyed the market because regarding Gachagua, some time back, I think last year, he was meeting with people and they were busy saying that we are going to eradicate cartels.
That was their talks. We are eradicating the cartels. But what they were doing is they removed the vipers and they placed the dinosaurs. Wala sasa makatelo wakubwa sasa. So what Rigathi Gachagua did is alitoa the cartel is a group of people so who have some interest. Any government has a cartel. So sometimes the cartel is not a very is not a very bad word, but they manipulate. They are available everywhere. So but what happens is that kuna makatels wale ni wabaya kuliko wengine. So Rigathi Gachagua tu ameleta wale wanakura zaidi. So it's unfortunate they have replaced with the worst. That's what is happening. So ndio alikuwa anaenda huko Colombia. Do you remember the time when he went to Colombia?
Yes.
Account suffering of market, they don't have money. For information, even Colombia is worse than us. Colombia is just a gang country. And then that's where they are going to sell our coffee. And you know, for where we have good market in Middle East, you have good market in Europe, you have good market in America, especially in the Northern America. So I couldn't understand why you have to invest to go to Colombia, a struggling country. I'm not trying to talk ill about Colombia, but Julia, Colombia is a struggling country. Colombia can't help you. They have Brazil there, which has a lot of coffee. So I didn't understand the relationship between Kenya, Colombia, and there is Brazil there. How? So between taking coffee from Brazil, which is like 1,000 miles, and taking coffee from 13,000 miles, where do you get coffee from? It's logic. We are just having idiots running us. It can't work.
Okay, yeah, I get it.
Julia, just a moment.
Yes.
What happened here is I would say the idiotic, limited thinking of the Kenya Kwanza administration. Okay, you have people you're calling cartels who have the coffee market in their control. All right, they buy from Kenyan farmers, then they take to that market. You don't have link to that market. You don't have wewe hujui mashimo ya hao watu wanauzanga kahawa. All right, then unaweka wote pamoja, unawaondoa, so unabaki na kahawa na wakulima na una soko. Umefukuza wale wako na soko, wale walikuwa wananunulia nini wakulima. You get that? So you are now left with farmers. The farmers have the coffee. You promise them a market you don't have, okay? And so your coffee remains with you and the farmers. So it is that aspect. Unaingia kwa ofisi, haujui mbele wala nyuma, then unagoroka vitu, ili hali uja master. If when the coffee leaves the farmers, it goes to the factory. From the factory, it goes to these brokers. These brokers, they sell it to who? Have you established those connections? Have you signed a contract to sustain those connections? You don't just dismantle the bridge and claim that you're going to get things across the river by yourself. So what is happening in Mount Kenya is using the very people who are supposed to defend the people to destroy the economy of the people. It's macadamia and coffee and tea are suffering the same plague, where the markets that Uhuru Kenyatta had established and to secure the farmers, like the milk farmers, they were to sell milk to Brookside. Brookside was buying milk from the farmers, pot, without even measuring. Okay, they were to deliver the milk, and if the milk goes bad, Brookside was owning the risk. All the farmers were to deliver the milk, then it is processed and is sold. And then Brookside had what? Red market, the barracks. Okay, the barracks, there was no importation from anything outside. We first of all begin by buying our rice and buying our milk. So from the prisons, the barracks, and all that was ready market for the Mwea rice and for the milk from Mount Kenya, plus all these things. What happened when Kenya Kwanza came in? They closed those things. Walisema ni za Uhuru Kenyatta. So what happens? The whole ecosystem dies because of limited thinking. Na Gachagua kama vile Njiru amesema, Gachagua is reported to have supervised the killings of Kikuyus in Molo when he was a DC or a DO. Okay, so I don't see how he can preside over protecting the economy of Mount Kenya. Does he even understand how the economy of Mount Kenya works?
So, Bernard, now you are giving me a very good response. So these people, because they thought that the Uhuru regime people were the one benefiting, so they killed these middlemen. I mean, not killing them like literally, like they destroyed the people who are selling the coffee, the macadamia, and the tea. And while still the tea also affects his own people from Rift Valley, because a lot of tea comes from Rift Valley. So now, after taking over with their men in quotes, you know, their men or themselves, they cannot link up the markets the way the others were doing. Ni kama saa zingine Bernard, ushaienda kununua kitu. No, like have you ever changed your vendor? Even like some of us here in the West. One time I changed my car insurance, only to land to a more expensive insurance. And Bernard, I had already signed up. I felt so stupid because the other one I had, you know, I bought a car and the vendor, the seller of the car helped me get a good insurance. So as time went by, I thought I was more cleverer. So I maneuvered another insurance. And guess what, Njiru and Bernard, it became more expensive by around $20. I felt so stupid. That is what Gachagua did and Ruto. So they thought they were going to prove themselves as men, just like you see the case of NHIF. See, I can't pronounce that Nakimincha woman, whatever the name is. Nakimincha was the other day being asked why they changed from NHIF. She couldn't explain. And now hospitals have withdrawn from those cards, right? So even the new scheme is not working. The other day, Gachagua shamelessly was speaking in Ukambani that how they look again at the higher education financing issue and help. Mlimusikia that now we shall relook. Now, they messed with help because aoni wajuaji sana and they could save some money, only to find that whatever they set up is not working. So, can we conclude that these guys are not just idiots, are not just criminals, but also idiots, Bernard? Unajua kuna saa zingine ujuaji wa kusaidia. You know, there are people there are people who sell to you things, Bernard. Umeona wamekukula kiasi, lakini they have helped you. Have you ever been in such a position? You see somebody doing for you something, lakini then you try to go to the other side, you find you are losing. These thugs, this serikali ya majambazi, I always say this here, yet some people say that I'm too harsh. Muluka anaitwa Muluka, amekubaliana mimi, ameita serikali ya majambazi. I'm not the only one who is calling them serikali ya majambazi. This serikali ya majambazi, they thought they are schemers. They scheme in coffee, they scheme even in milk. Bernard, you are right. Our people in Nyandarua County would sell milk. They had a check every month. Can you believe that? They could even get loans from Equity with that check. And it didn't matter how much. Unajua, Bernard, ungekuwa unauza kilo 10 na ng'ombe yako izae uongeze ikuwe kilo 15. Brookside will not refuse your milk. You just appear the next day with your 15 kgs. You know, they wouldn't say at Bernard, tuliahidiana unaniuzia kilo 10. Kwa nini umeleta kilo 15 leo? No, you are right. They would buy all that milk and give the farmer a check. Now, what is happening? The farmers in Nyandarua County have nowhere to sell their milk. So, this serikali ya majambazi, they are not only majambazi, but they are also idiots. That is what I want to say now. Asante Bernard.
Thank you, Julia. I'll give you a story. All of you know Prophet Owar. When he came from, was it Mexico? Was newly in Kenya. So he made some videos, and my brother's company. By then, my brother was running a media company where I was these services duplicating the videos. So when he came, I introduced him to my bro, and he said he has videos he would want to duplicate, and then do what? And sell them or give them away to people to watch. So when my brother gave him a quotation, how much he charges per video, that is the every DVD, the cost of the DVD, the banning and the packaging. The prophet said, no, that's too expensive. I'm a Kenyan, I know this place. I know what to do. So what did he do? He took the master. Akateremka wapi? River Road. Akasema wakamwambia wanaweza kudupliketia yeye na 15 bob. Kila moja. So akafurahia. So I think he made like 1,000 copies of those DVDs. And then he went to distribute them. And washirika walipochukua video kwenda kuweka ndani, haikuwa na mahubiri, ilikuwa na mugithi.
So they were given a good copy of Mugithi.
Yes. So prophet selling mugithi to members, all of it is because kujifanya mjuaji kwamba you can always get your way and get things cheaply. Hii ndio mentality ya Kenya Kwanza, okay? Wanafikiria wanajua, kumbe hawajui. Wanajifanya wajuaji. For the first whatever edible oil, si Uhuru aliacha system vile mafuta inakuwa imported, vile inalipwa, so that there is no shortage. Hao kuingia waka overturn, wakapatiana kina Moses Kuria waende kuimport nini? Edible oil. What oil came? Not good for human consumption. So all this experimenting over what has been concluded is the really problem. They think everybody's eating from everyone. And there's no problem people eating. The issue is, are you running the government or you're just chasing things? So ni ukweli, hawa watu hawajui kile wanafanya na wanaendelea kufanya kile hawajui, and that's why the country is ailing. Education, help. What was wrong with help that you want to change it into something else? What was wrong with the NHF that could not be addressed? If they were cheating, it's just improve the security. Add some features in the card so that every user is identified by what? Electronically, like passports. You just place the machine reads, this is Bernard. He was born in so-so place. His father is so-and-so. His mother is so-and-so. Those details are available. So instead of you improving the security of NHF, you want to replace it with something that has no head or tail. All of it, kuwa mjuaji. Ili uingiza hapo mamako insurance isimamie. All this greed is the main problem. And we will run down this country completely if we don't stop William Ruto, Gachagua, and their kind of thinking. They are the problem and they must be solved. Thank you very much. Naomba hivi, namuona Reverend Lala amekuja. Innocent ndio huyo. Innocent umenyamaza sana. Wewe ndio, naomba useme kitu moja, dakika moja, alafu tumlete Reverend Lala naye achangie.
Wacha Lala aseme kidogo.
Okay, sawa basi, kama
ndio tuingilie baadaye.
One moment. Thank you everybody, please invite somebody. Hiyo namba ya watazamaji inaendelea kupanda vizuri, lakini naomba tafadhali tumakinike kuhakikisha kwamba kila kitu kinaendelea ipasavyo. Just a moment, there is a video I want to play before Reverend Lala comes in. Reverend Lala, just hold your horses kidogo tu. I need this video played first, and then you can now weigh on to the matters at hand. Remember, we are still looking at Ruto's response to striking doctors. Kenya Bureau of Standards fertilizer scandal dismissed 8 people, not from the factory, not from the NCBB, but from Kenya Bureau of Standards. Then, of course, Uhuru Kenyatta's critic of Kenya Kwanza administration by saying that the administration has betrayed Kenyans. The Kenya Kwanza administration has betrayed Kenyans, has gone against what Kenyans were hoping and praying for. And for that, he said, kama vile Judas alisha na kamba, bas, hao nao hawatakwepa. All right, let's have this.
Moving on, President William Ruto has jetted back into the country after 5 days of marathon state visits to 4 African countries, where he vigorously campaigned for Azimio la Umoja One Kenya leader Raila Odinga's Africa Union Commission chairperson bid. The head of state announced that he had secured 4 votes in Ghana, Guinea-Bissau, Equatorial Guinea, and the Central African Republic, where he had visited and promised to secure even more in the coming days. As KTN's political affairs reporter Emmanuel Tor now explains, Raila's road to 34 votes in order to be declared chairperson is well on course, with at least 13 countries pledging their support for his bid so far. It has been a busy week for the head of state, who has been traversing the African continent in a spirited campaign for the Azimio leader Raila Odinga's AUC bid. The president, who left Nairobi on Tuesday at 11 a.m., landed in Accra, Ghana in the evening and held meetings with Ghana President Nana Akufo-Addo, confirming that Ghana had agreed to support Odinga.
Your Excellency, my dear brother, I thank you most sincerely for accepting to support Kenya's candidature for the position of the chairperson of the Africa Union Commission 2025-2028.
After Ghana, President Ruto crossed borders to neighboring Guinea-Bissau, where he held bilateral talks with his host, President Umaro Mukhtar Sissoko Embalo, and reported positive results.
I've had occasion to brief you on the areas that we consider a priority to make our Africa Union a fit-for-purpose organization.
There is the level of continental politics that needs a presidential presence. The level of decision-making, because who are the voters in that particular setting? They are presidents and heads of state.
For information, the head of state is under pressure to actually deliver that vote. Why am I saying he's under pressure? The way the African presidents view Kenya, the way they view him, they think that he has projected himself as a leader actually for the region and for Africa for that matter.
Ruto, however, cut short his trip to Guinea-Bissau, heading south to Equatorial Guinea, and was received by Vice President Teodoro Nguema Obiang Mangue at capital Malabo. Ruto again announcing that the country had committed to supporting Kenya's candidature for the AUC in February 2025 elections. The same was the message from Central African Republic after talks with President Faustin Archange Touadera. Odinga's path to Addis Ababa looks well illuminated, with a projection that at least 13 countries had pledged support for his chairmanship. If the declaration by the East African Community through the East African Legislative Assembly is anything to go by, then the former premier could already have pocketed the 8 votes that consist the economic bloc. EAC is made up of Burundi, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Kenya, Rwanda, Somalia, South Sudan, Uganda, and Tanzania. The other 4 countries that the president has visited have also pledged their support, pushing the provisional tally to 13.
The president likes to be in charge, he likes to focus, he likes to be objective. And I think the problem is the people behind him. I mean, are they as focused as he is?
Odinga, who had also indicated that some countries in Southern Africa had also promised to support his bid, must however hope that the countries will keep their word to the ballot box, since the election is held in a secret ballot.
I'm sure you have seen Raila Odinga moving to Uganda. You have seen Raila Odinga moving to Rwanda. In the coming weeks, you will see more moving to other African states.
Odinga is expected to jet out of the country again soon, with trips to countries which have already held the elections, including Senegal and Egypt, and another one to South Africa, with polls slated for May 29th this year. Emmanuel Tor, KTN News, Nairobi. Now, legislators from the Western Sugar Belt region have strongly
Reverend Lala, you can come in now. I wanted you to come in on that backdrop. Are we financing William Ruto to go on the campaign for Raila Odinga, leaving doctors on strike and patients crying?
I think let me greet you in the name of Bwana Sifiwe, genuinely. Good to see you, Bernard, Innocent Joe, Julia, NJ, Njeru Kamili, and all of you in the background. God is good. I happen to live in Cleveland, Ohio, and tomorrow it will be the path of the eclipse. It will be total eclipse, so we will watch this 400 years, the next one in this area. And so we thank God for that. I don't want to focus first on the video, but I just want to focus on the conversation around Kofi and Ruto and his team. To me, I think I don't know whether Kenya know Colombia. Colombia is known for its involvement in the illegal drug trade, which has been a significant part of the country's history since 1960. Colombia has the world-leading producer of cocaine and also produce heroin. The drug trade has had a significant impact on Colombia. And that is where the Camagos came from. That is where we go for trade talk when it comes to coffee. And so that by itself tells you the type of people Ruto are in the circle of this government of UDA, this Ruto's government. And so when you think about it, is it about coffee or it's about drug money? Okay. Why do I say that? I am a pastor, and a young man from central Kenya was a member of my church. The young man worked for one of the top leading companies. I don't want to mention the name. And he came to me to pray with him to begin the business of coffee. Okay, he wanted to import coffee, and he began, and he was doing pretty well. He had contacts. We moved from Cleveland to Washington, D.C. to be around New York so that he could be able to bring in coffee. He opened an office in industrial area in Kenya. And he gave me a promise. He said, Abel, if this coffee does very, very well, we're going to be building a church. I'm going to be donating some money to help us build a church here in Cleveland, Ohio. Okay. The young man calls me from Kenya and tells me that a group of people, investors, came to his office supposedly to buy coffee. Okay? And they came with hard money, a lot of money, cash. I don't want to say the amount of money. And he said he did not have enough coffee to meet the demand these people wanted. So he told them, if you give me time, I will look for more coffee. So he started looking for more extra coffee and actually contracted an Indian guy to help him pack the coffee. These people needed this coffee in a very short time, which he could not meet their demand. So he tells me that, Abel, these people came to my office with guns. These are foreigners, some characters, and so he told them, I have coffee, but I've not had a chance to get them packaged. The people thought he was lying to them. So he had to take them to the place, the Indian guy who was packaging the coffee. And they said that they're okay with it. And they gave him extra time to finish the packing of the coffee. And finally, the coffee was delivered and the people left. Money was in cash. Why am I saying this story? You see, that money was drug money. That money was being cleansed. You see, when they came to Kenya, and got the coffee, now they were no longer drug dealers. They were legitimate businessmen. I don't want to mention the country they came from, but they took that coffee, gone. So when a country in its initial stages, the government of order.
One moment, Reverend Lala, just a minute. The screen is too dark. Please don't go behind the curtain if you don't have to help the viewers. It's important because there are people who watch this video after we are done. And if it's all dark, it is not pleasing. So if you don't have to be behind the curtain, put your camera on and keep it on. Thank you.
Okay, let me see if I can be seen now, guys. Okay, so the coffee was delivered, the money was given, and now they were no longer drug dealers, drug barons. Now they were clean business. So when you hear Kenyans and Colombians are getting close and discussing business, one begin to wonder what is behind the scene. When we know that this is known, Colombia, yes, it has coffee, but it's known for drugs, okay? And then the same government takes us where? To Haiti. Haiti itself, the very people that killed the president of Haiti, some of the nationals of Colombia, go and read, Google, and find out, of Colombia. And then here we are told that our police is being deployed in Haiti, okay? And I think Gachagua went there on a trip. So what is it that brings us closer to Colombia? If they also have coffee, okay, why would we be close to Colombia more than other countries? You know, the trip going there. And I think in my own thinking, there's more than just clean business. There is underworld activities, Venezuela, Colombia, that area, okay? Our election was stolen from that part of the world, okay? The Camargo and the rest. So there is darkness here that I think Kenyans must be aware of before we get deeper and deeper into things that we don't really understand. We know that there are, if you Google too, you can go to either Mexico and other places, and you'll find out that drug monies are kept in basements in many homes, okay? Because that money cannot get into circulation. And these people are looking for ways to get it into circulation. So they do corrupt countries. They use politicians to get this money into the system, okay, and pay them. And they use that money to invest a lot of things. And I'm afraid there are a lot of things that you see in the Kenya that really does not belong to Kenya. They are not clean. They come from this kind of shadowy, characters. So my prayer is that Kenyans take charge of their country. Kenyans come out and get rid of these people because they have no good. If they take over the government, the country is gone. And we know there are practical examples of countries that drug barons, drug dealers were in charge of. A country like Mexico at one time. Now they try to fight back. The drugs dealers were in charge. Let me tell you, I was in a city called El Paso. Across its waters, it's one city, but there's a river that separates the two countries, Rio Grande. On the other side is Mexico, the other side is the US. I was on the US side living in the US barracks, the military barracks. But you know what? Even us in the military were not allowed to cross over into Mexico. I decided to go with another fellow gentleman. We went in there, but it was so dangerous in Mexico side that police officer, the head of police, would be just killed like that. Juarez, you Google it, was probably still the most dangerous city in the world. It was run by the cartel. The Mexican government had to enact the military to come and take over from the police. That is when drugs take over a country or a city. It was a hard fight. People had to die in Mexico. Extra help came from the US and other places. And that is what Kenya is headed towards, with opening up people like the Colombians and others, because they have an agenda, cocaine capital of the world. And I wanted to make that clear for Kenyans to understand exactly who we are dealing with. And that's why it is upon all of us to stand and claim our countries back. Because if we don't, legitimate business will not come to Kenya, and they are running away because they are afraid whom they're going to be dealing with on the street of Nairobi. And the wrong guys are attracted because they know this is where they can get that dirty money. You'll see money floating, but it's not helping the economy completely. So the danger is there. And so I wanted to make that very, very clear in the beginning. The only contribution I'd like to make on the video is I'm glad Baba is gaining momentum in terms of winning that seat, but for a different reason. My reason is very simple. Baba was opposed by the Western countries. They ganged against him because they wanted somebody whom they can control, okay? So I see Baba as the counter to that interest. In other words, they thought they would block him, but now it's coming from a different, place where the new leaders coming in will be on his side to lead this renaissance of Africa, to allow Africa to use her resources to develop Africa itself. And I think I can see that as a big boost to the African economy, to the independence of Africa people, liberation from economic dependency on countries like France, and saying Africa, talking to itself that we can do it, with Baba at the top and these young leaders coming in and others of like-minded taking that reign from these people that are no good. They are many in Africa. They call themselves leaders, but what they do, they are just puppets. And I pray that goal will be realized in my lifetime, to see Africa using our resources to develop Africa itself. So I want to talk of that. Ruto's role, I think, is very insignificant. I think it's more trying to do some PR work. Baba would have got that, backing with or without. Actually, is probably messing for Baba, So I don't put a lot of weight, but of course he has to pretend to do something when we know his desire, I think, to him is like kicking Baba out of the country. But on the other hand, it may actually backfire on him, especially if we stay on the pedal, all of us. We don't let him rest. We don't let thieves, continue to reign. That way, I believe that he's now caught between a rock and a hard place. In other words, Baba is gone, but we are here. All of us are here, acting as one, doing what we need to do. And again, Baba is able to block the other side now, the influence where the West and other countries will simply sit somewhere and decide who's going to be the president. In other words, they don't care about our elections. all they care about is the one they want. And so this is a way to say, no, you don't want Baba, but Africa wants him, and he will be our leader. So from that perspective, I think it's a win-win for all of us, even though we wanted Baba to be here with us. But I can see some good activities, taking shape as if what I think is going on is realized. Let me, pause for a moment and somebody to come in. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, asante sana Reverend Lala, tunashukuru kwa ujumbe huo, and that will get every right-thinking Kenyan to be worried. This kind of leaders we have today, they don't care. They only pretend, because so the future doesn't look bright with Ruto and team. We as responsible Kenyans, we should do what we must do. Dealing with thugs, being sold to thugs. Somebody will just move in and say he has bought this country. What will we do? Comfort, how are you? Comfort, your audio is not coming through. Check it. Sorry, as Comfort organizes her gadgets, ladies and gentlemen, let's keep inviting each other. Let me just bring in the poll question and how far we have gone with the voting. So far on Sound Candy Talk Live YouTube channel. Let me just refresh to get the exact number of people who have liked the video. I can see only 15 people have liked the video on Sound Candy Talk Live. The question we were asking today is, do you think William Ruto understands the gravity of the doctor's strike? Do you think William Ruto understands the gravity of the doctor's strike? Here we have 31 people have cast their vote. And of the 31 people, 23% say yes, he understands. 77% say no, he doesn't. Let's look at the main channel, Sound Candy Talk, and how we have voted and liked the video alike. I salute those who are joining us on X. Asanteni sana kwa kudumu na kufuatilia kipindi. Naamini kwamba tunajifunza mengi mazuri tu. 44 people have liked the video so far. How many people have cast their vote? 109 people have cast their vote. Now look at that. If 50%, over 50% have not liked the video. Please, we are not doing well. We need to like the video. Your response on the video is important. That's what makes the YouTube to naturally send the content to different people so that we get, relevant people watching relevant information. Okay, 109 people have cast their vote. Do you think Ruto understands the gravity of the doctor's strike? 19% say yes. 81% say no, he doesn't. So the majority of Kenyans think Ruto doesn't know what he's talking about and doesn't understand what is happening. Yes, Bwana Njiru?
I wanted to comment briefly on Mr. Ruto campaign for that AU chairmanship. Maybe as you bring another person. And to me, I think that is where I disagree with this position. I think Baba is an esteemed person. Baba is somebody who can look for votes for himself. And this concept whereby Kenya is behaving as if they are sponsoring Baba, if I may put that word. This concept where Kenya is behaving as if they are sponsoring Baba for this seat is where is bringing a lot of controversies. And for strong people, maybe me, what I would request Baba, as somebody who has supported Baba for so long, is I wish, why can't he tell Kenya, the Kenyan government, he can handle this thing by himself? So if it is his dream to serve Africans in that position, why can't he handle these campaigns alone? I think Baba has more intellect and more crisscrossing spirit. Anajuana na watu wengi sana Africa. So I don't know why we are allowing Mr. Ruto to legitimize his government through Baba. Because to me, I think he is trying to legitimize him. So to me, I see it like they have entered into a symbiotic relationship. Well, from a natural point of view, it is okay because ni kama wanasaidiana. Wewe nisaidie hapa na mimi nikusaidie hapa. So to me, I think Ruto is using that thing to legitimize his government and also to get a footprint for 2027, which I think Baba is also doing disservice to Kenyans because he should not be allowing Mr. Ruto to legitimize himself for this position. Kenya can vote like other countries. So, as somebody who believes in the rule of law and somebody who believes in the spirit of pursuit of personal interest, it's wrong what Ruto is doing. And I think Baba should dissociate himself with the Ruto campaigning for him. I stand with that. Baba can, if he wants to serve Africans, I don't know. But exactly. If he wants to serve Africans, he can do it himself.
It's okay. Thank you, sir. And I think you're right about Ruto taking advantage of the situation. Because I also, where does the urgency come from? Okay. The voting is in February of 2025. We are in April of 2024. Why should you crisscross 4 countries at the same time in the pretext that you're campaigning? He's doing something else. It's not the campaign. And the campaign is just a camouflage, a cover-up. In my understanding, there is no urgency of that. That is now diplomatic shadow diplomacy that now he has to crisscross one country after the other. If it was December or August, then we'll think that it's closer. But April, and the voting is February of next year. There's no urgency in that. So Ruto should just tell us what he's doing in other countries and not pretend that he's campaigning for Baba. Comfort, karibu. Comfort, I still can't get you. I don't know whether it's me. We can see you, but we can't hear you. Refresh your browser. Refresh your browser. Yeah. Okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's keep engaging. Thank you so much. And so the hypocrisy of William Ruto should be named in all this. Like Njiru is putting, he's using the wherever Addis Ababa campaigns as a way of legitimizing himself and, of course, winning the trust of Kenyans that he had lost. And so it is important that we see him for what he is and what he is trying to do. Comfort, I still don't get you. Or are you on PC or on mobile phone? If you're on PC, let me just, you see down on the studio, there is settings. You click on that settings thing, then go to audio, then select the microphone you are using. Pick the microphone you're using. At the settings, you go to the audio, then select the microphone you're using. It's like you have your picture right, but you have not selected the microphone.
Oh, Bernard, can I ask a question as you wait for her, please? Yeah. Just 30 seconds. Mm-hmm. Can I ask you, I'm of the school of the thought, why is Baba not holding a press conference and reject Kenyans or use of Kenyan resources to campaign for that seat? It's just a question. Like, why can't Baba have a press conference and say, I can handle this thing? Because Kenyans will respect somebody like me, and I know we are millions, there are many people who might think like me. I will highly respect Baba if he comes out openly and he rejects use of Kenyan resources. He can fundraise. He has campaigned in other campaigns. So, but why are we spending Kenyan money the way Ruto is spending Kenyan money, and we cannot be able to pay doctors? It doesn't make sense. Even Baba himself, he is betraying Kenyans. He needs to iron out this issue. So my question is, why can't he be brave enough and hold a press conference and say, I reject Kenyan support? Kenyan government, not Kenyans, Kenyan government. We don't need Kenyan government in this seat. They can come and vote. It is one vote.
It's okay. Your question is clear. Lala?
Oh, yes. Zero. I think we also have to think a little bit and understand what's going on now. Number one, if we start creating two parallel confusion in this voting or in looking for support, Kenya will be ruled out because they will say this country is not together. But you see, Baba already had campaigned. He did a good job for Africa, so they know him. Okay? So there are things that the best practice is to let it play out. Who does know that Baba was stolen from? Okay? So not speaking itself is already an indicator, that the people out there know who Baba is and what he stood for. So my thinking here is that if Baba start talking, then they start fighting as Kenyans, then it's not worth it. So why would you go to fight someone who does not fit your pedigree? Because it doesn't belong there. And Baba already had been exposed to the entire African continent. So the best thing is to be quiet. Why would it, because Baba has no control of what Ruto does, okay? And Baba has stated that it's going for this seat, and going for this seat is to campaign, to tell the people what he plans to do, but already had campaigned. And now coming now to kind of fight Ruto in front of the Africa, this is because nobody who does know that they are not together anyway. Who does know that Ruto is doing it for his own interest? So in fact, the mistake Baba would make is to start putting press conferences. That would be the worst mistake Baba would make. So let him be quiet. Let other Kenyans talk, not Baba. That's
Okay,
what I
Reverend,
think.
I thank you. I get your point, Reverend. Njiru, what you need to understand is that Baba is not an independent candidate of the African Union. He's a Kenyan candidate. He's fronted as a Kenyan candidate. So he is a candidate of a political party called Kenya. Okay.
I'm getting
So
lost. When did Kenya fruit Raila? I'm getting lost. I don't think Kenya has fruited Raila unless there is an agreement.
no, Njiru, you are either behind the news or you are not reading what is written. You are reading what you think.
I didn't understand that. Anyway.
When Amina Mohammed ran for the seat in seat which year? What happened? She was suggested by the country. You can't even run for that seat if you're not suggested by your country or sponsored by your country. That is part of the laws that govern that running of the seat. So we shouldn't take our domestic conflicts to the international platform, like Lala is saying. It's not necessary. will be being petty and trivial. If we have gone for an international platform, we behave and work according to our international stipulated rules. When we come home for the home game, home championship, we play according to our level of our home championship. But us carrying our differences to the international platform, to me, is unnecessary. What kind of help are we asking from there? Do we want Rwanda or Uganda to come and help us in fighting Ruto or solving the difference between Raila and Ruto? I don't think so. So if we're going to play the international championship, we must obey international championship rules. When we come back home, tunashikana mashati huko jikoni. Lakini kwa international platform, we shouldn't use it for our domestic issues. That's why I have a problem with Ruto taking advantage of that to use the international platform to play local politics. He shouldn't do that. He should be more dignified than that. And that's why I think Baba is playing his diplomatic way. He shouldn't behave like a local chief when he's asking for a higher seat in the continent of Africa. So to me, tusichanganye mambo. Tukirudi hapa nyumbani, Baba has been clear about his stance about what's going on in terms of the addressing of the cost of living, the NADCO report, and all that. And they have differed with Ruto outrightly on domestic issues. But if they have agreed to fight together on the international platform, hiyo ni hao. Hatuwezi kuingilia, lakini kumpanga Baba kumwambia kuja useme hivi na hivi, hapa mtoboi.
But do you know that in politics, some differences are irreconcilable. That is why you are able to save nation. So when differences mix, the nation actually goes to the dog. So, and I think also people who advise Baba, they need to be candid enough and tell him that that is why we have left and right wing politics, because differences are irreconcilable. So to me, I think on that perspective, Baba is not doing it in a very effective way, because he should not allow Kenyan resources to be used in this. You can use personal resources, you can use other resources, but it is bad for Ruto to use this money in the name of Baba. I think Baba should stop it if he has the interest of Kenyans.
Njiru, yes, you are missing the point. The point
I'm not missing. It is wrong. It is wrong.
Papa is not in that campaign in his own capacity as Raila Odinga. He's a Kenyan candidate. Just like
no,
we take
he's not a Kenyan candidate. Unless you tell me he was imposed by Kenya, when? Unless you tell me there is an arrangement between Ruto and Raila. That is why he is a Kenyan candidate. When did they plan that?
You are mixing two different things.
I'm not mixing. I'm not mixing. Just tell me there is an agreement.
There is a difference between you going to attend all African games, okay, as Njiru. And then there's a difference between when we have sent you as our sound candid talk representative.
No, then we are not doing politics.
If we have sent you have gone in our name, you are no longer Njiru as Njiru. You are Njiru, but sponsored by Sound Candid Talk. So you cannot do everything you want there the way you want. Like you went as Njiru.
I don't understand Kenyan politics, because if you are Kenya basi, it looks like muchezo. You cannot be everywhere.
Mimi niliwaambia tayari kukubaliana kati ya Ruto na Raila, hiyo ni mambo yao.
Hakuna, nothing like that. Nothing like that. Bernard, we cannot support that. We are civilized. You cannot say that.
Ngoja kwanza Njiru, acha kuchemka. Okay? Mkataba wa uongozi wa Kenya ulimalizwa Bomas, ukaenda wapi? Supreme Court, ukamalizwa, ukaenda Kasarani, ukakuwa sealed. Yule mtu ambaye he owes you an explanation He owes you where he's going, why he's going there. He's the one using government resources, acting in the name of the Republic of Kenya. Who is William Ruto? Baba, on the other hand, mkataba ali offer himself, but he was not signed in. Ni kama nili apply job kwa Njiru and company, and then nikaanguka interview. Siku, I was not admitted. I'm not an employee of Njiru and company. So why should I now have to obtain permission from Njiru to go and apply for another job at Lala and company? Njiru, will you not be overstepping your mandate to control me for not going to Lala because I had applied for a job in your place and lost? So,
Bernard, if we conduct politics that way, we will be in this problem up to 2063. You don't do politics that way. Politics has boundaries. No. Let me define this. Politics has boundaries.
You will come back. It's not your time. You will come back. Let's hear Comfort first. Comfort, I hope you have sorted the audio.
Oh, yeah, you can't imagine. Oops.
Excellent. Go ahead.
Yeah. You can't hear me?
We can hear you, but there is a feedback from your end.
Hold on,
I think.
turn it off. It's a problem of having too many screens. Go on, Jiru.
Okay, sawa. Mama amenipea nafasi. Thank you very much. Bernard, I want to teach some politics here. And Bwana Lala, I want us to use our intelligence here. Because there is something which I want us to understand here. You know, when we talk of political divide, there is what we mean. Political divide means that you are separated by policies and principles, and you cannot unite on issues of quitting politics or anything. So what happens? Like the Kenyan opposition, unless maybe like the Odinga left that thing long, and we have never been told. That's why I'm saying the problem which we have with the Kenyan politics is that leaders and the citizens are never in sync. We do not think the same way. So when Raila Odinga is at kilometer 500, we are at kilometer 200. Yeah, I want to say it here, and it is not that way, Bwana Bernard. What I'm saying here is, in future, whoever will become our leader, please be honest with us. It is not evil to have a memorandum of understanding. They are always there. People do. In Colombia, we had a memorandum of understanding, which even brought a Nobel Peace Prize. But what we want us to be told, Raila Odinga atokezee kinaganaga, atuambie mimi nilisikizana na Ruto, nyinyi mujipange. And we will be honest with that. But this idea whereby, at the same time, he is telling us he is fighting the government, and the same government is campaigning for him. I will never agree with that, because you cannot play cold and hot. It will not work, because to some extent, even Raila himself, he will meet himself using Kenyan resources in that campaign, and it is not right. And we will also see Akina Ruto and the Minister of Foreign Affairs in Kenya using our resources. So Bernard, ukiangalia hii concussion hapa, Raila Odinga has to be clear. He needs to tell us what is happening here. And I have no problem if they have decided to unite with Ruto. But he needs to tell us, I united with, by the way, for your information, based on what is happening. Even ODM, nasikia walikuwa wamechaguliwa watu wa UDA, wakuje wasimamie uchaguzi. Na tulikuwa tunacheka tu. So, to me, what I see, I think ODM has become a subsidiary of UDA. Ni vile, it has not come openly.
Njiru, you're mixing a lot of things together.
No, I'm not mixing.
I asked you a question. When Amina Mohammed ran for the seat, Uhuru Kenyatta was president. What happened then? Why are you not drawing a parallel to that and then substantiate it? Not just to say now, because it's Raila Odinga, it should not this, it should not this. If the way Amina Mohammed ran the campaign, led by the Uhuru Kenyatta administration, If that was wrong, then tell us it was wrong, then it should not be replicated over Raila Odinga. But if Raila Odinga is a Kenyan candidate for the AU seat, sponsored by the Kenya government has a responsibility to do what they are supposed to do.
Explain how Raila Odinga became a Kenyan candidate. You are not explaining, Bernard. Explain how, the process.
Differences at home notwithstanding. Njiru kama uko na madamu kwako, naamini uko na yeye, okay? Mukikosana amchomangi nyumba na mwezi kuja hapa mseme kwa sababu madamu amenikosea asubuhi, siwezi kabisa kuitwa Njiru, ameniita jina ingine na hiyo jina sikubali. Your domestic problems, you deal with them domestically. You don't.
But they are irreconcilable differences. Ndio tunaenda divorce court.
No problem. But
okay, Bernard, can you tell me, kuna kitu sielewi. Explain to me the process which was used to make Raila a Kenyan candidate. Just explain to me the start and the end.
By being proposed by the Kenyan government.
Proposed. How was he proposed?
Just like Amina Mohammed was proposed.
Amina Mohammed was proposed because he was under the Jubilee and it was the Jubilee government. So how did the Kenyan government propose an ODM candidate?
No,
I want you to explain that process.
Don't play party politics on the international game. There is only one
it is
game.
Not that politics. No, it is deceit, Bernard. We need to be serious.
You don't choose not to understand things. It's very clear. Raila is not an ODM candidate at AU. He's a Kenyan candidate. Amina Mohammed was proposed as a Kenyan candidate.
Kenya is under UDA right now. Kenya is under UDA. How did UDA choose an ODM guy?
Politics with AU.
Guys, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. That's better. Comfort.
Yeah, sorry. I was running like 3 screens over here. I've turned them off. Yeah, I like the topic. Where is Julia? I can't be the only lady here. You know, when men agree, then there's a problem.
Julia is here also.
Anyway, yeah, I was talking about if you want somebody to campaign for you, you cannot choose your enemy to go and campaign for you. Or your enemy cannot offer to campaign for you. Because once somebody is campaigning for you, you take over that person's personality. If those people decide, the African leaders decide in the next 1 month, based on what can happen in Kenya, they don't like Ruto anymore, or in the next 2 months, does that mean now, by extension, they don't like Baba? If you want to choose somebody to campaign for you, you have to be very careful, or just campaign for yourself. That's what I'll tell Baba. You cannot, now that, because now you're jointing on the hip. And we have internet, social media, people read everything. Even those leaders in those countries, they read. And they were reading how this guy stole somebody's wife, took somebody's election, so took somebody's, win. And the country was jumping up and down. Now, this is the same guy who is campaigning for this person who said he was robbed, his election was stolen. I mean, it's a small world. People, they're not fools, they're watching. So they know Ruto's intention, and some revenge may hit back at him because some have seen like he's trying to be the blue-eyed baby for Africa. Some may want to hit back. They may say yes, yes, and you hear it is what do you call it? You're voting. You're not raising your hand. It's what do you call it? Silent voting or ballot. So you don't know. They can just be saying yes, yes. Come in, bring all your money here, talk to us. We know you like to use money for everything you need. They'll invite you to Benin. They'll invite you here because they know anything you want to do, you use money. But it's a secret ballot. And Baba could get a shock. He could get a shock. I mean, somebody who's been robbed like 5 times, you have to be having that thing following you everywhere. It's just following you. Now it will be on the African stage. That you'll be, it will be so sad because now you say, oh, I've been rigged. The African leaders have rigged me out. It's a secret ballot. And to be an African leader, there's also something about you that probably is also corrupt or you're very compromisable. So you don't know. It's a secret ballot. Some will take the money. You saw the Ghanaian president. He's leaving in the next 3 months, I think. He's leaving the country in the next 3 months. So in what way is he going to vote for Baba? Baba is just being played. Ruto flies. Other people here believe now, Baba supporters believe this guy is so good, he's gone to Ghana to get that vote for Baba. But that president will leave in 3 or 4 months. In what way is he going to tell the next president, you need to vote for Baba? Baba needs to stop and think. He can't be played the 6th time. I don't know, it can be too much now. That is just all the time this is happening to him. So you need to choose who needs to campaign for you. And as Jiro is saying, there's no point at which Kenya said that they're choosing Baba. Baba is applying for the job and he's going. But I knew Ruto was going to jump on it because of the Nyanza and Baba block. He's going to use it to campaign. He's going to say, I searched for a job for him. Look, I'm also going to make Honorable Wanga my deputy president, because you know when UDA has agreed deputy has to be a woman. So many things. He's a schemer. He schemes from very far. So I'll tell Baba to be very careful. He could have made it on his own. He could have just made it on his own. That's all I could say. But the other thing you were talking about, Colombia, Kenya was downgraded by the gray listing. It's called the gray listing. It means that in Kenya, a lot of corruption is happening, very high level. And it could be crossing over to other countries, to Dubai. It could be even spreading all the way even to some Asian countries. And now, Gachagua, who doesn't know, I don't even think he was flying out of the country before, is the one to go to Colombia and do a coffee deal with the Colombians. I mean, really? I mean, this is Colombians. You know what Colombians are? Colombians must be so happy, and that is why we've been having blackouts at our airport. Do you know how hard it is to move their product to the east? They've now found a gateway, and that is why probably you're having those blackouts at the airport. They black out and ship things out, in and out. There's a Eldoret airport. There's so many things that will be happening in Kenya in terms of drugs and things coming in as coffee. They've got a golden chance. But those are not people you want to play with. South Americans are no joke. They're just no joke. I know that even the Haiti people are no joke. If you start mixing with the wrong people, I remember the time the Haiti people, because I'm here near DC, they went to complain about the Kenyans going to Haiti. The Haiti people here around this area, DC, Maryland, Virginia. Then this guy comes in to go and check out how Haiti is. I believe he was murdered, that police guy in DC. He could have been murdered. Yeah. These people, they have their own moves. So the gray listing means that the high level of corruption in Kenya is protecting so many criminals. They don't care about following money laundering. They're not caring about that. And once you have been put on that list, they'll put on that list together with Namibia. Those are the newcomers onto that list of people who don't care about money laundering. The next tag is that you're financing terrorism. Okay. And then now we have Colombia, coffee. That will be the next thing. So I think our country, we're in trouble on so many levels, because nobody is going to come here. Once you're on that gray listing, it's not a joke. The big companies, you know, when they sit on the big round tables, they want to come and do business here. You're on that gray listing, they opt out. They look for an alternative. And that's why they're going to other countries. It's not everybody wants to deal with corrupt people. So our corruption now has taken the center stage. They're keeping on watching. They also know now our judiciary. In fact, Biden, they're also now panicking because they were supporting this government. Our constitution is like, it came also from the US. Most democratic countries have taken this kind of constitution blueprint. And you cannot corrupt the judges. The Supreme Court are supposed to be up there, clean. And they don't, and they know, you know, that the headlines we have in Kenya, you may think it's just made in Kenya. It's just for Kenyans to, because Kenyans read, I don't know, they're just so desensitized. They see this headline, the next one, But what each of the headlines in Kenya are just killer headlines in other nations. In other democratic countries, people be resigning by lunchtime, others by 4 o'clock. But nobody's been fired. When the controller of budget says that we've lost 70 billion, and the education bill is probably maybe 6-7 billion, the help is probably another 5 billion. The doctors probably need only 2 billion. What does that tell you about that country? That's a headline. So I'm just saying that we're in trouble, but now the trouble just seems to be becoming worse. It's getting worse. Yeah. So I would be very careful dealing with Colombia, and that is gonna haunt us. The way we do business in Kenya is going to change. Those people, you will see also, you see kids disappearing now. You know, this harvesting of organs will really go up. Many things are going to happen. We need to secure our borders. They're very porous. Anybody can come in, can come out. You're being robbed by somebody who's speaking French. This will be a problem, and you're being robbed by other people coming from everywhere. And then, of course, we have our Nigerians are there because they are the, what do you call it in Kiswahili? The in-laws. Those are Ruto's in-laws. They're really feeling nice. I saw one writing on X that now we are here in State House. Then after that, I saw the fertilizer with stones. I said, oh my God, Nigeria has landed. And you can't, it's coming from the government. The board is actually selling that. It's got the sacks. It's not, it's not even a joke, and nobody's been fired. Why is there such a mystery? Just tell the people who packed, you can get the person. That is what is putting Kenya in the problem. We have criminals running the country, and those criminals don't even see it as crime. They almost feel entitled to do what they're doing. If Sakaja can sit there and say he's a governor and he's lost like 40, he can't account for about 40, I don't know how many, 40 billion, he can't account for it. And I talked about it yesterday. People are sharing beds. If somebody is wearing a watch worth 750,000 and umbrellas were bought for 3 million, I don't know what kind of an umbrella that is. And 3 people are sharing a bed tonight at Mama Lucy Hospital. Tonight. And probably there's no doctor to fix them. Others can't go home because they can't pay bills. Those things sadden me. I mean, how much even the conscience, how do you go to sleep? As a leader, how do you go to sleep? So those are the things I heard you guys talking about, but we are in a very, very, very dangerous place. Kenya, I think people don't believe it, but I believe that yes, we're in some sort of judgment. I used to come to Kenya and the people would be moving from, after church, staying on, people are praying, prayer chains, you could feel the spirit, you could feel there's a lot of, God was blessing this country. God really on track on so many things for a long while. We're just an island of just being blessed with countries all collapsing around us. The economies are not as good as ours. What have we done that all these things are just happening? And it's almost like, I don't know. I don't believe in some of these things, but I'm hearing a lot is happening. Floods, other diseases have popped up. Funerals, people are saying, how you draw on the road, there's a funeral going that way. You don't need to remove it because somebody soon is going to die that direction, that road. You don't need to remove it. The funerals that are happening. So over to you guys. I don't know if my input has helped anything, but that's how I feel.
Okay, thank you, Comfort. I appreciate that. And I can see everybody's itching. Hold your horses, everybody. Na hiyo masaa vile inakaa, lazima tuanze kunini. Julia, hujafika nyumbani? Useme hii maneno kwa sababu muda wangu umeanza kuyayoma.
No, Bernard, today siwezi make kusimamia. I'm sorry.
Right.
May I say something about Njiru's argument?
Carry on.
Njiru, about Baba, I think we moved on. So I beg that you also move on.
Yeah, we moved on.
Yeah, we moved on. And If that
After mourning, we mourned and mourned. I disappeared. Go on.
we fought and we quarreled, but then my conclusion, that is my conclusion, is that that was a better exit for Baba. So whether sponsored by Ruto or not sponsored by Ruto, for Baba, it's a good exit, and I hope he gets the position for AU chairmanship if he's not going to be in Kenyan politics again. Now, like Comfort is saying, Ruto is taking advantage of the whole scenario and is walking around claiming he's campaigning for Baba. Baba doesn't really need Ruto's campaign to win. I think I was looking at the profiles of the people who are contesting, who were in the limelight, like they could be part of the contestants. And Baba has one of the strongest CVs there. So I think he doesn't need Ruto to campaign for him to win that. And we hope, though it's secret ballot, and some of the people that Ruto has been speaking to, like the Ghanaian president, are retiring, they may not have a vote, but I think he may have an influence. So let's hope that he gets the seat. So for Ruto going to Ghana, going to here, I think I have a different opinion. It is not really to campaign. He just wants to be away from home. Kwa sababu mi siku hizi nafikiria State House kuna kunguni ama kuna sijui what is lice in Kiswahili, LICE, sijui zinaitwaje kwa Kiswahili.
Chawa.
Mi nafikiri State House akukaliki. Kenya akukaliki Njiru. That guy wants to be away from this country at any given opportunity. So he must jump into the flight to say he's campaigning for Baba. He's not adding any votes for Baba. Baba has campaigned for himself. Now, as for the deal between Baba and Ruto, maybe I don't know whether Baba had to needed to be fronted by the Kenyan government. It could be a requirement. Now, if Baba goes for AU, Ruto benefits and gains because one strong person out of his mind, like kama Baba asimami for presidency, that's a good thing for Ruto and Gachagua. So if that was a gain for Ruto, yes. Now, a gain for Baba, not literally a gain, but a way to retire from politics, an honorable way to retire for politics. Now, the coalescing of Baba and Ruto, that is where we see the gray lines. So I don't want to spend all my energy debating about that. I think I would rather now look forward and see ni akina nani wamebaki. So that's my take, Njiru, about Baba Ruto AU chairmanship. I guess we don't need to really let Baba just go and become AU chairmanship. And now let's think of deal with Kenya. Who next? Who is going to lead this country out of where we are? That is what I would like to focus on. Asante Bernard.
Thank you, Julia. Thank you, Julia. And I would just say this. Let's relax, okay? This politics of conclusion, it will not help. They say that in politics, a day or two is too much. We're talking about February of 2025. We have months in between. Things are not where everything will be. For Baba being a prime candidate for AU is out of question. AU is not a new ground for him. And so I wouldn't worry much about that. And even if he loses, I don't think it's a big deal on the bid, because he just offered himself or accepted to be fronted. And if he gains, well and good. If he doesn't, I don't think it's over. Then 2027, if the government will hold until that time, will not be decided without Baba in terms of if he will not run, he will influence one person to run. And the majority of the country will rally where Baba's vote will be, in my understanding. Just drawing from history, when Baba joined Moi in 99, was it 99? 1999, after the 97 elections. every person and every political analyst wrote off Baba, amemezwa na KANU, KANU imemmaliza, ameenda kukula kwa KANU, hakuna kitu atatoka nayo huko, nothing. What I see here, if there is any collaboration between Ruto and Baba, it's going to end up the KANU way. I don't see it being working out at the disadvantage of Baba. It will turn around to his advantage. Not necessarily that he becomes president, but it could be the knife that he will use to cut off Goliath's head. David used Goliath's knife to cut off Goliath's head. So some of the politics we are talking about and our understanding of the same, you don't sever relationships completely like that. That one goes for Njiru. One of the things that was a great problem with the Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, the first vice president of the Republic of Kenya, is that permanent political difference, which I believe Baba has mastered in terms of ensuring that as we differ politically, we don't differ politically to a level whereby we want to eliminate each other. And you see, Baba has survived a lot of storms by him knowing when to call it quits and when to insist on the fight. He has outlived majority of the people he joined politics with. That to me is a level of wisdom that we need to draw from. Not to say that because we differed, you stole from me, so it is over, it's over. When it comes to Kenya, it's different. When it comes to international deals, it should play differently. You don't apply the same rule everywhere on everything. When you become a hammer, a carpenter, and you want to nail everything using a hammer, there are some things that don't work that way. So that also goes for politics. So hii story ya kusema tulikosana, tumemalizana, hatutaongeleshana tena, hata wife and husband. Mara ngapi we fall out, we swear. There is one of my cousin, alibeba vitu akaenda, akachukua watoto akaenda, akabadilisha majina ya watoto, akawaweka kwa shule, and she vowed never to come back. And after 3 months, she was back, changing the names.
And then Bernard, and then she came back with her clothes in the sack and the baby.
Yes, with the baby and the
It's
names.
economy. It's economy. That is
not
that is
economy.
If you go to Finland, you divorce in Finland, you divorce kabisa. In Kenya, it's difficult. You divorce, you go. Hey, but you told now you're coming to take land. You have a husband. So many politics. You just go back slowly with your kasanduku back to where it is. It's something to do with the economy. Just say.
That's why I'm saying different rules, different strokes. Reverend Lala, you had your hand up. Please, kabla tumlete mama Kenyan maandamano kamili.
Oh, yes. I just wanted to make a little comment on, I think, Comfort and Njiru. I wanted us also to look at the angle because from which decisions were made to deny Baba the seat. I think this was a more global one angle where the West, who are very uncomfortable with true, authentic leadership from Africa, who may deny them certain benefits they have enjoyed for a long, long time, whether the uranium, whether there is all these wonderful products Africa produces. And they thought Baba is one of that, they are part of that group of people that have been inspiring some revolution in West Africa and other places. So he was seen as an enemy. So they wanted to get him out of the scene. And whom could they use? It's Ruto. They stood behind him. So people like Obasanjo and others and Baba and the rest felt that the only way to win the battle is to get Baba at the top of AU. And Baba being there at the top of AU is actually an indictment on the West, the powers that are there to control the resources of Africa. In other words, Baba will strengthen revolutionary mind, more Pan-African idea, which is higher than where we are. So I think we should be able to think a little bit beyond our little Kenyan politics, which actually, even using Jeru's word, I think politics played is generally people. There are no permanent enemies, okay? When you become elected leader, it doesn't mean you are some theocratic system or some pure element of a group of people. You're a leader of everyone. When you are a leader of everyone, you may be from UDA or you may be from KANU, whatever you are, but you lead the nation. Anybody who wins, and if they win and they only become ODM, not knowing their other parties, is a mistake. In other words, you gotta be a statesman, you gotta be larger. That's what politics is. So to say that ideologically we are different, we cannot talk to each other, we cannot agree on some things, I think is naive. Yes, there are fundamental differences that you may live with, even within that particular government. So to say that Baba cannot accept an AU job because someone come to support him, Baba doesn't even have to suggest you support me or don't support me. Anybody can support Baba. And we all know that Ruto is doing it for his own selfish interest, which everyone knows why he's doing it. So yes, I'm sure he wants a mileage out of it. He wants to get that legitimacy. But at the same time, we all know exactly in Kenya who Baba is and who Ruto is. And so if that knowledge is very clear, Baba doesn't have to say anything. We all understand what is going on. And my proposition all along has been, we the people, we Kenyans, where are we? Are we going to create a system that can protect and defend itself? Somebody said that if there's no presidency in America today, the country would run with no problem, because the system is working. There's a system that is there, and people will, try to cut when there is people waiting on a line in the U.S. They won't let you, but in Kenya you can come and do it. So why can't we develop our system to the point where we know what we want, rather than waiting for a human being to tell us what we should do? So if Baba's contributed something towards us becoming a people that know what they want and stand for what they want, then leadership will be no problem. We'll just have the one we want, we know will serve us, and we the people will make that choice. But right now, it's as if we can't make choice on our own. We're waiting for someone to save us, okay? And I think that's what is wrong with us. So Baba going, to me, I may not like it, but I can't rule him out. I think Baba is telling us something that we can stand on our own and build democratic processes that can help us to stand and demand for people like Ruto and others. Because if you're not empowered, then what are we doing here? And so to say Baba is out of it, I think it's also very naive. I think Baba is still part of it, and Baba is telling us something that we should be able to learn, unless we are not learning anything. So thank you.
Okay, Lala. Okay, thank you for that. Please, we are stretching this matter of Baba too far.
Just make one comment.
Just a moment, Comfort. We are coming to you. Hold on.
I wanted to respond to you because you mentioned me. Just a quick one.
Okay, go ahead.
I'll be very quick. I don't talk. Yeah, I think we shouldn't mix so many things about what Baba is doing. It was a clean shot, and he should have used wisdom and said, I want to take this position, get two people who can, it doesn't have to be Ruto. In fact, I think anybody else who would have proposed him, make it a clean shot. He didn't have to do anything with Ruto at all. And even he could have then told him, hey, even in publicly, tell us as Kenyans, see, Ruto, keep out of this one. It's nothing to do with you. I'm applying for a job, keep off. I don't need your help. I'll use me. And then he goes as him.
Comfort,
I
you are,
don't think you guys
that's the
understand
same
what
thing
he
we
said.
are saying. Okay,
Yeah, okay,
that's the
sorry.
same thing
Okay, yeah,
we
all right. Then
you
no,
people are
Lala
mixing.
is saying,
Order. You people are mixing two different things. Our local politics, our differences locally, that is Kenyan politics, okay,
yeah,
is not at play at AU politics.
correct.
We shouldn't carry our dirty linen here to go and worship there.
But why hasn't Baba stopped Ruto from
Roger,
campaigning for him? Yeah, go
it
ahead.
is a requirement for one to run for AU chairmanship. He should be fronted by his government.
Okay.
You don't go and apply randomly. Then you
It's
are
okay. I agree
considered.
with you so far. That is fine.
Now, if that is the rule, okay, and Ruto is the one who fronted Raila Odinga, the only thing Raila Odinga was to do accept or reject. Now that he accepted, it becomes Ruto and company responsibility to front their candidate and lead the campaign just like they did for Amina Mohammed during.
They may have done for Amina Mohammed, but I'm saying you, Pastor Bernard, I don't know that you're a pastor or reverend. I don't give the wrong. Anyway, Mr. Bernard, you front somebody. It's just like in an election. I nominate you. You nominate. That's it. This thing of saying that now you nominated me, so now you go and campaign. That one is made up in Kenya. It's made in Kenya. That is just made in Kenya. He could campaign with himself, with his ideologies. If somebody wanted to stab me with a knife, maybe even my husband, if I wake up and I find him, he's just ready to stab me and kill me. Huh? For the third time, maybe. Then this is a person who is saying I'm a very good person and going out there to tell people I'm campaigning for you to be in this. There's a problem. There's a problem. And you at that moment he should have just said,
no matter what we say here, it appears
thank you,
have
Kenya,
your mind
for
made up.
nominating me.
Goja, you have your mind made up that Baba has to sever his relationship with the Ruto for him to continue being Baba, or he has to renounce Ruto for him to continue being who he is, which is not true.
No, okay, there's a process. They should have.
Ngoja kwanza, tafadhali. This is a different ball game. AU politics is not local politics. Baba is not an ODM candidate at AU. He's a Kenyan candidate. Let's all understand that. And when he's a Kenyan candidate, Kenya is competing. It's just like Harambee Stars has gone to play, or our athletic team has gone for Olympics. They are running in the name of Kenya. They want Kenya to win. So it's not a matter of we suggested Kipchoge go in wherever Kipchoge and the other person to go and run for Olympics. Let them run. We have already sent them to do. We got to compete to win. And so the AU seat is not a reserve of Baba, or if Baba wins, it is Baba who has won alone. It's Kenya has won. That has to be in perspective. Secondly, Baba is not the only one who has not been president. Okay? We had Matiba. Matiba was fired. Those of you who are born yesterday, you may not get that. Okay? Koigi Wamwere, Kitobu Imanyara. All these people were frontliners in terms of Kenyan leadership. They didn't make it. So this aspect of saying that Baba plays politics wrongly, that's why he has not been president, that is far-fetched. Let's all be realistic in understanding. And then there is also you are coming to respond. There is this aspect, I think UK, blaming Baba for the killings at Maandamano. Baba is not a police officer. He doesn't lead the police. He did not sanction police to kill anybody. The person who did the killing should carry the burden, not to shift it and now put to a victim. It's Baba's car that was shot at many times. They sought to kill him. Instead of you people putting the blame where it belongs, you turn around and begin now to blame Baba for the deaths that took place during the Mandamano. Are you people serious?
Okay, you've just actually made a point for me. The guy who was sent to kill Baba, who is he? I mean, if that is really the essence, that this person was killing your people because you're doing a mandamano, he would send the police at 5 a.m. at the entrance of Kibra, the entrance of Madare, everywhere. So people could not even demonstrate. They'd be pelted with water, they'd be shot at. Baba was being shot. At whose instruction, sir? Now, this is a person who's done all that. This person was instrumental in taking your vote in 2017 and 2022. Instrumental. And in 2022, he took the direct gain of the position. He took it from you. He took your win. But then this is a person you want to go and get a win for you?
Who said he wants him to go and get a win for him?
Okay, that's the definition of campaigning for somebody. Lala.
Anyone can campaign because it's an open. You can do anything you want on behalf of whoever you want.
We're talking about semantics here. That is when you're campaigning for somebody, you want them to win after you've stolen their win.
Hold on. If you stand for an election, will you stop people from campaigning for you?
Sorry?
But you cannot campaign for.
If you stole my vote and I had won, you stole it, and I'm going somewhere else, I want you to be the farthest person. Stay very far, because I cannot trust you. You're gonna campaign for me.
Intentions of people. The intention. Anyone can read why Ruto is doing what he's doing. Who doesn't matter if
that is the
you
problem.
Think he loves Baba
if
so
we
much
can read what he's doing, we are also condoning it.
Smart enough to understand what.
But why can't you stop it? Why can't Baba say stop? What is
It's not in order for him to do that. It's not in order for him to do that.
Baba can do.
He can.
I told you the only option Baba had is to reject being fronted. After accepting to be a candidate for the country,
is not the government. The government of Kenya confront him. Ruto, he confront, but I'm having a problem with him campaigning. And one day you'll understand, because this guy is going to lose.
Ruto is the one signing everything in the name of Kenya. Ruto is the one collecting the loans around in the name of Kenya. Ruto is the face of Kenya, no matter how much we don't want it to be. At the moment, legally, constitutionally, and everything that goes with it, it is Ruto signing. So you cannot say Ruto is not the government of Kenya. It's Ruto who sits in the AU. He sits in the AU in the name of Kenya. He doesn't sit in the AU in the name of Ruto or in the name of UDA.
We're agreeing, but he shouldn't campaign for Baba.
If that is the case, he's doing his role as the head of Kenya at the moment.
You know, we're going to have this discussion.
On the other hand,
we're going to say he should not campaign for Baba.
On the other hand, nobody has requested Ruto to campaign or lead the campaign for Baba. We all know that Baba can win without Ruto's support, this seat. But it is not proper Baba to mix local politics on the international platform. It will be undiplomatic for him. It will even make him unfit for the seat in the first. If you cannot live at home with your neighbor, what makes you think you're going to be the presiding officer of the Africa that is vested with conflict?
Yeah,
one of the things that made Baba to go to Washington, wherever Washington DC, at White House, was the handshake with Uhuru Kenyatta. It was a phenomenal experience that earned him that respect. So
Bernard,
what you people are condemning is what hailing.
Bernard, Ruto Kenya is a signatory to the AU. It's part of AU. So it has to work within that structure. Baba has to respect that structure. It is the AU could be able to ban Ruto from stealing an election, but Kenya is part of AU. So Baba has to work within that structure if he wants to be the president or the chair of the AU. So to say that Ruto can't do anything for Baba, yet is the leader in Kenya, and you guys let him be the leader.
Are you the guys advising Baba to allow Ruto to campaign for him? I mean, we're going to have this discussion when we turn around and say he should not have campaigned for him. He can, as a government, you can say,
can we get
good
back
luck.
to the topic? Can we get back to the topic? Please,
for all kinds of, Bernard, people campaign for all kinds of reasons. That's what they campaign. Anyone can say anything for whatever reason. Ruto has his own agenda. Anyone can have their own agenda. But at the end of the day,
Reverend
Rana, discuss his agenda afterwards. If Baba doesn't make it, Baba can make it on his own. He's a great guy.
You seem, most of you here are Christians, or at least you have respect for the Bible. Okay, there is this verse of scripture in the Ephesians where Paul says, "There are those who are preaching so that I can be arrested and never be released. There are those who are preaching so that Christ can be known." He says, whichever way, I'm comforted from the fact that Christ is being preached. That's all that matters. So whether you're preaching so that my imprisonment can be multiplied, so be it. No, but as long as what you're preaching is Christ, let it be the case. So hii story ya kufanya kwamba the wrong done is cast in stone. It must be a permanent point of reference. It must be the fulcrum that determines where everybody goes next. I don't think that's how life thrives. Life is always on the move. It's like a river. The water must keep flowing, or it begins to stink and becomes a Dead Sea. Let's do this.
One last point.
Please, order. Tunapoteza. Tafadhali naomba hivi. Reverend Lala and Comfort, order. Order, everybody mute your mic. Mute your mic, please. Ngoja hapo. Tunarudi kwenu. Wacha Daniel atusalimie kwanza. Daniel, how are you?
Hello. Good morning, my friend.
Morning to you. How is going?
Hey. Yes. Hello.
Hello to you. How is you said your country is what?
Yeah, fine.
Papua.
Oh, Papua.
Yes. I'm from West Papua.
Good. Thank you for being part of the show. You're most welcome.
Yes, my friends. I was taking now all political, government work, and international, national, and local. But I found political now pieces. So again, economy and crisis human rights now. But I read it as human rights in format international. I found now all government support about human rights crisis, economies, and region. Thank you, my friends.
Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Most welcome. Let's continue to interact.
Can I say something now? Without you saying order? I raised my hand.
Yes, Comfort. What is it?
Yeah, you should just let me land on the point I'm saying, because it does make sense. If you're abuser, you're abuser, let's say, how do I bring it down to a level, people? A man who, your husband beats you every day, he beats you. He beats you, you run away. Then he's the one who comes to tell other people, there's no issue with you. And why has he been beating you? Why does he beat you all the time? He's the one who's telling there's nothing. This guy stole Raila's votes twice. I was in Azimio. Nobody should say I'm not for Baba. I was with Azimio. I ran for Senate for Muranga. I was campaigning for Azimio Kabisa with Akina Martha. We're all over the place. I'm Azimio Damu. I had just first felt very bad when I saw that picture with Museveni and Baba. My heart just sank. I just said, they are politicians. Politicians are politicians. I'm not a politician, but I like politics. But I felt very bad about that. What I'm saying is you can't separate, you cannot say that in Kenya, it's a Kenyan issue, that these guys stole my election for the second time and probably engineered it even the time before that. For the second time, he engineered my election to be stolen. Kabisa. This is a guy, I'm in this country and I want to run for this office. I'm supposed to be supported by the government. The government has agreed to support me. They support me, I'll choose my team in the government, people who align with my ideals to campaign for me, to send them to those people to campaign for me. Why should I now, the person who's taken my election twice, I trust this person to go and campaign for me? What do you think he's discussing with those people behind the doors? What if he's telling these people, make an announcement that now you're going to vote for him, but don't vote for him. Or maybe he's saying, here, I take some money, make sure you vote for him so I get rid of him from being from Kenya. And in that process, let me finish, we're talking in terms. In that process of not knowing what is going on there, Baba may end up losing. And it could be double whammy because Ruto knows if you become the AU chairman, you're in charge of the whole of Africa, you're done with chairing those meetings of security, of elections in a country, you can say that server needs to be open right away to resolve the issue. You're the chairman of the whole continent on so many issues. So he can do like he wants him to be, but then he doesn't want him to be. So then he comes back 2026, he's not made it 2025, and say this guy can never win anything. And he will use it to demean him. So we don't know what he's up to. You shouldn't trust somebody twice, 3 times. They say that is not correct. Why? He doesn't have to campaign for him. Baba has got that time. He should be running the country. We have got doctors rioting. We've got this and this. He can't use that as an excuse to go. Unless he has a gene of campaigning. Maybe he likes campaigning. That is what I think he likes that. He can campaign throughout his life. Maybe that is his best. That's what makes him feel alive, campaigning throughout. He doesn't need to leave the country to go and campaign for Baba. We need him in the country to sort the problems there. You fronted me, let me go. I have my people. I know African leaders. I'll do it myself because I want to have a conversation with them. I don't know what you're telling them. That's all I'm saying. Thank you.
Exactly. Thank you very much for that. And probably we are reading to
Julia has something to say.
Ngoja, Julia, we are coming to you. Baba is not banking on Ruto campaign alone. Baba has his team. Obasanjo was here to lead a campaign and all that. The 4 retired head of states, current head of states, and all that. Ruto has only 1 vote. Ruto can influence, but is not that influential in terms of tilting the vote against or for Baba. What we don't want to appreciate is that there is national things and there is regional things, there is party politics and there is national politics. All these things are different. They cannot play using the same rule. Julia.
Yes, Bernard, thank you so much. I may appear like I'm speaking from both sides of my mouth because first I want to agree with you, Bernard, that Ruto is not influencing Baba's votes. Baba has his CV. I looked it up and I found that his resume is one of the best of those people. In fact, the only person, if you look at you even search, the only person that is being fronted again is Kenyatta, because they are saying Kenyatta is one mediating the peace processes and all that. So the others, they don't seem to be having as much strong CV like the Somali person as Baba has. So I think Baba doesn't need Ruto's campaigning. But I think Ruto is, again, I want to say, Ruto is taking this opportunity and advantage of this to just loiter, because I think Kenya kukariki. So Ruto is loitering in the name of campaigning for Baba. Now, where I'm saying I'm speaking from the both sides of my mouth, I think Azimio people should move on. They have moved on. There, Baba goofed, taking pictures with Ruto and Museveni, wherever. Many of us saw him as a sellout, and we may not swallow that, Bernard. Now, you say that Baba could come back. If he comes back 2027, he'll be a wounded lion. He'll not get what the support he had. He'll only get his home support that is fanatical. Lakini ile yenye ilimfuata kwa sababu ya kina Uhuru na gani, Bernard, like I promise you, hawezi pata. Because how do we fight with people and quarrel with people and make enemies even with our relatives because of Baba? Only to see him with the same guy that we believe stole our election, taking pictures. Whether he was fronting Baba for AU chairmanship, personally, I didn't like that. And I'm not going to say I liked that. So if you say that Baba will come back in 2027, in fact, the wisest thing Baba can do, watch Akai AU, and 2027 as he front Mutu, because that it may work against that person. Don't forget, like in a Kalonzo are like, it is my time, it is what. So I think if he fronts somebody, should just support him kinyumanyuma, lakini asiende kama Uhuru campaign for that person, because it may be an anti-Baba vote. So for 2027, Baba wacha retire kwa AU, that's a good thing. To me, that's an honorable way of retiring from politics. Now, about influencing the next election, that one, I can't count on that. So I think Azimio people we should just move on and accept. First, Baba goofed, taking pictures with Ruto. That was not necessary. Now, Ruto is enjoying this game because he hopes that Baba will never again come back to politics. And if I were Ruto, I would also say the same. I would say, good riddance. And that is what Ruto is doing and saying. But for Baba's personal life, that's a good thing, because he is going to retire, like doing something for Africa. Lastly, comfort, the AU chairmanship is ceremonial, haina powers. His responsibility is represent Africa in things like G20 meetings. Nimegoogle tu hapo nikatafuta, ama to mediate peace kama kuna shida in certain countries. It is a ceremonial chairmanship. Countries can do as they feel like, whether the chairman says this or that. But it's a good thing. It's a good name on somebody's thing as you retire, I think. And when I looked up, most of those who have vied for that seat are former retired presidents. So it is like you become president, now you're not going for politics anymore, so you can be AU chairman. It's just like, sorry to make these comparisons, it may be a bad one. If you are a former MP, if you retire, you can become chairman BOM, kwa ile shule yenyu kubwa, alliance kama yenu wa Kiambu. You're just a ceremonial person there. You are not like so important in that school. BOM, Board of Management, are replaced every day. So Baba is a ceremonial leader for AU, but it's a good thing to retire for him. So for Baba, I hope he gets it. I won't sit here and say that he doesn't get, and I don't think Ruto will influence anyone not vote for Baba. I think most of them are likely to support Baba. That's why I say that I feel like I'm talking from both sides of my mouth. So, Azimio followers, let's move on, man. Asante.
No, I don't want to battle that because it's like we have lost bearing in what we're discussing. But I will only say this, okay? the 2027 elections are not going to be like the 2022 elections. What I see happening, we're going to have every political party field in their candidate. I see ODM going on its own, wipe on its own. The coalition before elections, I don't think is going to work because of the kind of mess that both Azimio and Kenya Kwanza find themselves in, that you go through an election, you have this plan, and then you lose an election and it's all scattered. Or you win and you get sidelined. And so I see coalitions are going to be post-elections. Baba's influence, I don't think is going to be affected in any way, whether he wins or loses the AU seat. In terms of his organic support, his fanatical support, except for maybe a few additions here and there. But Baba has been winning all along. When he ran against Uhuru, he won. He ran against Kibaki, he won, and all that. And, you know, I don't think we should be judging him in that way that he is abandoned. Hata kama Wakenya wamemkosea ama wamekosea Wakenya, Baba has a way of finding his way back. We wrote him off when he joined Moi. When he came back in 2002, what happened? Nobody remembered that he was Secretary General of KANU. When LDP came and NAC and the NAC wave, and they swept the country clean. Baba is the one who led the campaign for Kibaki and made Kibaki president while Kibaki was in the wheelchair, after everybody had given up on him because of joining KANU and becoming KANU Secretary General. Is Baba Secretary General of UDA? No. Is Baba Vice President of Ruto? No. So which crime is this that Baba has committed so much that Kenyans are going to, reject him even on the ballot simply because he has gone for a new job? I don't think that scale adds up. Njiru, unasemaje?
Yeah, before you bring Maandamano Kamili, I wanted to...
1 minute, then Maandamano akuje tafadhali.
Yeah, sure. Because I know we are putting an exit of this issue from morality issue. You know, some of us, we believe on morality code, which is a guiding principle of any institution or organization. And morality code demands that you have to follow a set guideline of rules. And that is why people have differences of union and association. Even though we say that you cannot discriminate association, but you cannot legitimize association with the devil. So we have also to be clear about that. And the problem which I'm seeing here, even as we try to politicize here, is that we don't seem to carry morality as a virtue, Bwana Bernard. And I want us one day, because we are on the line of changing the mentality of Kenyans, especially how we think politically and how we think in terms of our values and how we want to manage our homes and our political avenues. I think, Bernard, it's very key for us to be able to handle morality issues in all aspects of our life. Because today's discussion, mumenipoteza kabisa. And it is unfortunate, I have two pastors here, wamenipoteza leo, but sitaki kuongea mingi. So I think we need to also apply our socio-psychological brain work. And also we try to apply it in politics. Let's not just apply emotions, or we apply things. When things are wrong, let's call them out. Though people, you know, hata sahi Bernard ukisema unataka kwenda kujitupa kwa mto, we will not start clapping for you. even if you are our boss, we will have to tell you, na ujue hivyo unafanya umefanya vibaya. This is what I say. That decision of Baba to go to AU, we know that it was not his decision. It is a negotiated decision. That is why it was hatched, na tukaona huyu jamaa wa Obasanjo, tukamuona Obasanjo. So I think it was a compromise, and a compromise is realized when people realize that there is so much which has been lost and you cannot recover. But for the goodness of continuity and the craftiness of maintaining normality, we say that some group of people come up with a compromise, and that compromise revolves around both the wounded and the afflictors or the victims. That is what happens. So when we are discussing about this issue, let's call it a compromise, and Kenyans can understand it. And we know the quest ile mambo baba amekuwa akifanya Kenya, and we appreciate him for that. But if we are told this issue was a compromise, so that there are some better gains which can, at least there need to be an explanation. Like I want somebody to tell me, sababu nasikia Njuri akisema sababu hata wewe Njuri leo umenipoteza. I'm not understanding you. Today I'm not understanding people. 1 minute. Wacha nimalizie. Dakika moja.
Please, let's do this. Let's not you.
Dakika moja tu. Wacha nimalizie hii point isije.
You are taking us back where we have come from.
No. I'm not taking you back. I'm trying to explain a serious issue.
We will discuss.
Morality is important. Morality is important.
Goja. This morality is it a law? Is it part of our constitution? And who has violated it and why?
No, morality is what guides people. What do you mean? You know, morality is what even will make you not go against the constitution. It is morality.
So, I'm asking you, was Chebukati morally upright to make that decision? Was Martha Koome morally upright to take that decision? Was Uhuru Kenyatta morally upright to take that decision?
But that doesn't mean you can be moral because another person has been immoral. You can follow the morality avenue.
How are you applying this, your morality stuff? Is it
I call it out when I see somebody committing crime and it is immoral, I will call it out.
Crime being committed. Let's relax, Njiru. And
allow me finish my point. Allow me finish. Morality is important, Bernard. You cannot run issues without morality. Morality is consciousness.
Let's apply morality from the beginning, from Jomo Kenyatta to Moi, to every other person.
But you cannot start becoming immoral because another person was immoral.
Let's do this. That's exactly what I'm saying.
No, Bernard, you cannot be this way. You cannot be injured because
you are wasting time. Come on. We are time bad. Let Mama Mandamano make her submission. You've been talking since the show started.
Because you don't want to hear the truth. It is immoral. No.
What is immoral?
It is immoral. What we are doing is immoral. We don't understand it. And I want Bernard to.
What is immoral? Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's get this once and for all. Tafadhali, naomba, let's restrict ourselves. Let's discuss the topic of the day. Kama una maswala mengine, that's why we have got several platforms and we have got different options. Write a paper. We have a blog. We have opened a blog. Inaitwa soundcandytalk.blogspot. Andika story yako yote, dhambi za baba na vile amecommit. We will publish for you there and we will read. But not to take all the time, taking us through circles just to find one thing that Baba did that is wrong. Baba was wrong in 1997 when he joined KANU. Everybody wrote him off. But 2002, it was different case. There's somebody who say that there is what age bracket and what here that Baba will not be relevant in 2027. That is still relative. That's still relative. Baba is the only one who has been able to live through all this generational change because he knows how to adopt to new environment. And so I don't think 2027 is going to be any rocket science, especially when it comes to Kenyan politics. So to see kai kana kwamba everything is cast in stone, it cannot be changed. Things can change, people can change, and this country is far from right. That is why we are discussing in the first place. So we shouldn't apply one law in one place when everything else is wrong. Our politics is wrong. Our elections is wrong.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, you are going to ask Mandamano to talk.
Let's do this. Let's not use one law to apply everywhere. Will be wrong in our judgment. That's what I'm saying. Kenyan Mandamano Kamili, karibu tafadhali.
Thank you, Bernard, and I hope people can hear me.
Yes, you're here. Go ahead.
Thank you. I say hello to you, Bernard, Innocent, Julia, Comfort, Lala. Who is this other guy? Daniel. Daniel, Jiro. I say hello to you all and Kenyans, wherever they are. And it's a good day, and it is good for us to fire up like we are doing on this forum, because we want to come to one point that really can help us to move forward, because we have been on campaign real every day. Kenya has never rested since the election. They have been suffering. They have been thinking what is going on. They are in pain, actually, since the election. And we believe that election always in a country is to bring the country stable. You know, people move to their own directions, doing as they have been doing. But this country, Kenya of ours, has really been changed to somewhere that is like there is war in our country. And it is very, very bad the way now Kenya is, having to feel that people are not stable after even 2 years of this regime that is really becoming so unruly, and they don't care about people's life. That is the most dangerous thing that we are facing right now, because people, we don't live with each other. I mean, when I'm taking care of my family, the other person wants to take care of his family. We don't want to feel like there are people who are crying day and night in their own country and in their own homes. We cannot live like this in such a situation that we don't know where we are heading. A country which has been stable, people have been sharing nice things, people have been doing their usual thing. Now it has become shambles. People are not happy. They are becoming so hopeless, and hopeless in a way that they don't know what will come tomorrow, because every day there is a misery that is coming their way. Now, yesterday there was a motion that people were discussing about these people who have called off UDA, and they are supporting their residents or their constituencies that elected them. And that is a good thing. I would say this: chama hakina maana yoyote, binafsi ndiyo ina maana. Huyo mtu ambaye mlichagua ndiye ako na maana, na huyo akishikana na nyinyi, hata awe UDA, hata awe pande gani, afanye kazi yenu kama vile aliwaambia, na kweli kabisa muone anawasaidia. We don't care about parties. That is one point I wanted to put, because yesterday there was kind of discussion that Wamushomba is still in UDA, but why can't she call it off? But for me, if this UDA government is doing the right thing, why should we be complaining? We should be okay. We should be doing our business as usual. But because they have failed, we see those who are pulling their legs in the same pot. Wanasema tumekataa vile tuliingia kwa hii chama, na hii chama haifanyi vile waliambia wananchi watawafanyia. So I am not going to do as you want. Those are the people that we can stand with, because chama kina mean nini kwa sisi kama kitendi vile walituambia? Chama kina mean nini kama wanatenda vile walituambia? We don't care about parties. We want legitimate people who promised and they are fulfilling the promises. I stop there. Niende kwa Ruto. Ruto have found a field whereby he want to be running up and down and trying to picture himself with a person that is really appreciated in our country, Raila. He is trying very much to be close to him so that we Kenyans see that, oh, he is working with our men. So for those simple-minded people will fall trap. Wataanguka waanze kuona ati kama Ruto ni mtu mzuri, lakini kwa nini unaweza fanya namna hiyo mwananchi Mkenya? Ukiona ile tabu iko na mwenzako. Tabu watu wanaendea dakika hii. Ruto is not a person to think about. And in fact, even I don't like to see his face. I don't like even to hear his voice. And please, I told you, Bernard, I asked you kindly, let's be looking for these pictures that are really ugly and put them there so that we don't feel like we are being offended by this face. Ruto will be always busy. As Baba is busy doing a good thing for either for him or for the inhabitants of Africa, Ruto will always be busy. You know, crisscrossing. There is an animal we call kaiho gashagi gatiga kwa ogethijwo. It's a small animal that never stabilizes itself. It's always moving around, and it never knows that where I left, there was goodies than where I'm heading. So Ruto will be very busy for nothing. And we know that. And these pictures that he is trying to fix himself with Baba, those are pictures just to show us like we are stupid, we don't think, you see, I am with Baba, you people stay there, and we are the people who are suffering. Baba can go. Ruto, go away, leave us alone, leave our country alone, we can rule ourselves. Because these pictures are really giving people a lot of pain. A lot of pain. Mi hata nilipoona hiyo picha, in fact, in Uganda, Baba ndiyo huyo. And especially, apart from the other time when they were 3, the time I saw Baba walking with Ruto, I was completely sick. And I said, oh my gosh, where are we heading? What is wrong? Anyway, everybody has a right to do whatever they want. But we Kenyans, we are the one to decide how to live in our country. These people, if they are together, it's okay. They are human beings, they can unite in different angles. But us, it's us who are suffering. So we should work hard and see that we have somebody who stands with us. Baba is going wherever he is going for his own sake. And even maybe it can be a small element that can help us in our Kenya. We don't know, but yet to see. Baba move is a good one if it can benefit us. Baba move is good if only he can get a rest, if that is what he is looking for. But we still remain wounded. But if he can only tell us, listen guys, listen my people, this is my step that I'm taking. I'm going to AU. It's not that I'm leaving you in the wilderness. And this is a teaching for those people who don't know what is AU. They would be very happy to hear from Baba's mouth. Baba aseme, AU does this and that and that, because there is no secret. We have to know, Baba, where are you going? Are you going for rest? Are you going to be with us? Are you going? It is a good thing to tell us, to educate those who don't know, like me. AU, what does it stand for? And because it has been there many years, what has it done for people in Africa? Because this is for Africa. And knowing very well Ruto, who he connects best, you think he is that liable to support Baba to succeed? I remain to be told. I remain to see. So as I am here, I'm so confused as a really, really patriotic Kenyan who love his country. I want to understand, what help are we getting from Baba going to AU? If there is no help, Baba will just have his cake and enjoy. But this kind of movement of Ruto, showing us that they are with Baba, it is portraying a bad picture to us. Because if Baba comes back and tell us that I'm going to work with you, there is an element of some people who will run away and who will not come back to join the rally of Baba. That is my take. And that is my feeling. Because they will see that tuende hapo tena, tunyanyaswe na tutupwe. Tuende hapo tena. In fact, it is good for somebody to stand on a point. Say, I am living and I'm doing this and I'm doing this. Hizi mambo imechezwa hivi, watu wanafurushwa pandi, watu wamechoka. They want to know which direction they are going. And they want to know, whoever they trusted, why are you living? Where are you going? What help can we get from you? Can we have anything from you in time of need? That is what I take. And I leave you guys with peace. Mungu atusaidie. Tuwe na mwelekeo mzuri ambao tutajua Kenya yetu itaelekea namna gani. Na tuwe na maono ya kuona mtu ambaye ako na haja na sisi, aelekeze sisi pahali tunaelekea. Si ati hatuwezi kujielekeza. But every time in a group, we need somebody who we can ask or we can tell, now we have reached here, which other direction? It's not that we are fools. We know what is going on, but we want to be informed. And people who are educated in a country, people who get news in the right way, they are in better way of succeeding, their way of life. Asanteni sana kwa kunisikiliza. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mami. Thank you so much for the same. And I get the concern, and at times we can call it pain. But I'll just say this. When you're newly married and you anticipate to carry your firstborn, there is that urgency you have. You really want to see the child. But if you want to see that child, you must be willing to carry the pregnancy for 9 months. You cannot want to see that child so much that in the next 3 weeks or 2 months, you want to carry the child. In politics, there is something called timing. Timing is everything. There are many things we don't understand now that we will understand thereafter. If I would remind you guys, before the whistleblower and the story of IBC came out, there was a push and an outcry, Baba to say something. He kept off. He resisted to say anything because it was wrong time. I understand you want to get everything understood and Baba needs to explain himself and everything, but politics don't work like that. There are things you know that you can't talk about. There are things when you talk about them at the wrong time, you lose out. And so what I really want us to focus on as Kenyans is the mess we are in and how to get out. Baba has played a role in this country, which is major, huge. And I think we owe him a lot in terms of he spent all his youth, all his prime age and energy fighting for this country. I think it's our turn for us now to fight for this country and not to blame him for exiting or coming back. If we do that, we are losing the whole thing altogether. What lessons have we drawn from him? If we goofed, he goofed, no problem. How do we avoid goofing like he did? Those should be the lessons we should be, the questions you should be asking. But apportioning blame and, hurting him, saying he shouldn't go here, he shouldn't associate with this and that, to me, it has not worked in this country. History does not defend that. The history we have has a different explanation to that. I put it to us that if Baba did not join KANU in 1997, Moi will still be alive today and Moi will still be president today. KANU would have never been removed from power. But at that time, everybody wrote him off. Everybody said he has made a huge mistake. I'm a mezo and a KANU. But he came out stronger, bigger, and greater. What I see in all this, history repeating itself. Let's not be so conclusive. Secondly, 2027 is not tomorrow. The alignment, political alignment that is going to take place 2025, 2026 is going to be surprising. We will have Azimio people crossing over to Kenya Kwanza. Kenya Kwanza people are going to cross over to Azimio. Azimio itself may not even be there. And so no serious politician, seasoned politician like Baba, who will be banking on keeping Azimio alive or retaining the political structure as it is. That will be a huge mistake than this one you're talking about. Let Azimio disintegrate. Let everybody go and empower their political party. Then at the 11th hour, we weigh each other's strength. If Wiper is the one that is strong, we rally behind Wiper and get Wiper president. If it's ODM, we rally behind ODM and get an ODM president. But for now, atukushikilia Azimio isiende, or shikilia watu Azimio wasiende, it's too, you can't retain that for 5 years. It will not be viable. So I think Baba exit from active politics in Kenya is a blessing in disguise. Vijana sasa msimame, tujue nani ni nani. Kina Babu Wino, kina Sifuna, all Joho na watu wote wamejidai kwamba wanaweza kuwa rais. Kiwanja kimefunguka. Challenge Ruto, fight Ruto. Let's see you are the able man. Then from there, Kenyans will decide where to go. Lakini maneno ya kufungia Baba ati asiondoke hapa, asiende kokote, yeye ni wetu, hatuwezi kumwachilia, hapana. Yeye ni wetu ndio, ni baba yetu ndio, lakini akiamua kuoa bibi wa pili, bibi wa tatu, bibi wa nne, hiyo ni chaguo lake, hatuwezi kumzuia, sisi ni watoto. Tuwezi kuingilia ndoa ya baba. Hapo nimemaliza kama Mwafrika, na naomba hivi. It's 3 a.m. East African time. I should not be here. So if Stony PK is not here, nobody's taking over the show, we begin to call it a day. And then, of course, Lala. Lala, we can't hear you.
Ako kwa swimming pool.
Hear me? Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead,
hello,
please. Oga, you can't get us.
Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello? Hello, Bernard? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Hey,
oh, yes.
Lala.
Yes, let me say this.
Can hear you. Go ahead.
Yes, let me go ahead. The argument that has been put across here is that because there was a photo between Baba and Ruto in Kampala, that is the departure, point of departure for many of us. But that's very naive. Politics, as you know it, there are times when you talk to your enemies. If that's the the yardstick we're going to use to measure relationships and whom we could vote for, not vote for, then Mandela should not have actually, should not have been the leader, because based on that, he met de Klerk. Okay, whether it's Irish Republic, you see leaders meet. I think we have to understand your leader. What is really inside the heart of that leader before we can dismiss them? We can ask questions. There's no problem. We can always criticize and find out what exactly is going on. But to just dismiss somebody based on a meeting that may not have been his own arrangement, somebody else did and made the leader appear there, or it may have been them, I think is very naive. So that should not be a strong argument for this forum to say Baba should not be trusted, that Baba is not a leader, because that's exactly what we are saying here. And that will actually rig out any leader that you select. Give me one, and I will tell you something that they have done. So you will be leaderless. So I think it's important for us not to be this naive. Let us think carefully. Let us look at the dynamics that are taking shape in politics. Let us look at our goals. Are we achieving them? Are we all participating, or we are waiting for somebody to save us? So that's my point that I wanted to make. I want to correct that notion, that because I hear you repeating it all the time, because Baba was seeing the picture. That picture is everything. We make decisions based on a picture. I think that's very naive. Thank you, Bernard.
Thank you, Lala. Thank you, Lala. And it is true. I think if Mandela did not work with de Klerk, I don't think the change in South Africa would have been realized. Yes, Comfort.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, you've talked a lot about us leaving that topic. Then you shut us down, and then you stick on it and go on and talk about the same topic. I'm just an observation. I think Mr. Njiru was finishing on a point. On the other hand, Mr. Lala, because we have a forum over here, people have their opinions, and I think it's it's equally, somebody can also say you're being naive by not taking pictures. Speak volumes. Even if it's one picture, then you have a second picture, a third picture. It's you can't just simply dismiss people who are hurting and mourning and saying that it's naive. You can just say your opinion, how you feel about it, that they must say how they feel about it, but don't put yours above the other and say that yours is not naive. It cuts both ways in most situations. I just from listening, I'm just observing. Yeah, those are the two things I needed to clear. And yes, yeah, Baba made his decision and he could have done it differently in a clean way. Called Azimio people, told us way forward, told us what he wants to do and his plan, and outline it. Not to just shock us that way. It was really shocking. And yes, some people may not be able to reconcile that, because sometimes it just takes one action to tell somebody who you really are. And then, okay, one picture, a second picture, and a third picture. So please, it's not naive. Let people grieve. They may feel better later on. What you find, a kid can find something naive. Even what a grown-up is doing, they can find it naive, and the other way around. This is just an opinion. Just keep on, just say, my opinion is, and then go from there, because we're in a forum. Otherwise, we feel like you're cutting us down. And I'll give up my time to Jiru to finish what he was saying, because he's actually discussing about the morals and was sticking to the same topic that we are told that the topic had ended, but then we had to listen to it for almost 15 minutes on it. So maybe let him finish, because I think he felt cut off. He was talking about the moral part.
Please,
I'm done.
Please, Comfort. Let's do this, okay?
I'm done. Yeah.
My understanding of Reverend Lala's naive application is that we should judge people based on their history, not one snap.
Yeah, who said that is it?
one picture.
That's what I'm saying. When you say that, say it is my opinion is we should judge people from their history. Other people may be, your history may be like this, but it takes that moment for me to see you.
Order. There's nothing
you keep saying order,
fight
but
over
then
this.
yeah, I'm just saying.
Order.
It's the same thing.
There's nothing wrong with being naive or being referred to as naive.
It's bad. It's bad for someone to tell you you're naive.
The premise upon which you use for judgment
yes, all I'm saying is that we should say, in my opinion is that. Is that your opinion? Yours cannot be more superior than the other. You can believe that, else people are going to fight.
You guys, it's like you just want to argue over nothing.
Some people, it's history that judges. Others, is one moment in time that tells you what.
It can't be that way. If you use that, that's why we are saying it's naive. It's naive in the sense that you want to write off somebody simply because he took a picture or you saw him in a picture.
Bernard,
it doesn't work that way.
It's okay. Don't get angry.
We are not just God and comfort. We are not just airing opinions. We are not just airing opinions.
It's a discussion.
What we are forming by reason of what we are exchanging.
You listen and agree on one thing.
Order, please.
Yeah, you say order when you don't want to deal with the situation. It
is not. I don't want to deal with the situation.
And then go on.
Raila Odinga is not a stranger to any one of us here. In terms of him leading a particular political persuasion. And that political persuasion, in my opinion, has never been dropped.
Thank you for saying
even when he went to work with Kang.
I'm okay now. You say
history has judged it. History has judged him right every time.
In your opinion. Yeah.
In my opinion.
Thank you.
Exactly.
Yeah, good.
Okay.
I also agree with that opinion of yours, but another one I don't.
Please. Tafadhali. If we cannot have a conversation, we call it a day.
That was a conversation. It's over. I'm done.
No. You want to argue over trivialities.
And you want to tell somebody to shut up. You're shutting them down.
Being naive is nothing and is nothing out of order.
Yeah, it is. When you tell somebody,
we are not all knowing.
When you tell
we are
somebody
limited
opinion,
in our understanding. That's why we need to listen to
when you tell somebody your opinion is naive, and then you say order. Don't say it.
Okay, let's do this. Okay. I think we have had enough for today. Thank you very much, everyone, for your participation. I don't see us going anywhere like this. Njiru, quickly, we are all beginning to give our closing remarks.
Okay, Nisawa. My parting shot, I want to ukinipea tu dakika mbili. There is a reason why I'm very categorical on morality. You know, when we talk of morality is the only thing. If you are a minister, for example, and you get corrupted, you even get out and you say that I cannot accept that deal. Morality is the one which makes us have whistleblowers. So when we talk of engraved morality from within, and much of the leaders who we follow, by the way, we follow leaders because they have expressed engraved details on their morality levels. You believe that, and you know, persuasion, because you know we follow leaders from persuasion, but that persuasion needs character, and from character you can now be able to evaluate morality from that, and that is what will make me say that I'm a follower of so and so and I'm not a follower of so and so. So what I'm trying to say here, and I'm not saying these ones because of Raila Odinga or what, I'm talking of this because of future. Kenya will remain beyond 2027 and 2032. And I believe this platform is a very good platform for raising the next leaders. And we cannot say that we are leaders, Bwana, if we are, and there is a difference between morality and spirituality from a socio-psychological point of view. Spirituality is optional. There are people who are not spiritual, but they are moral. So that is why there is an atheist who will not come and remove your head. but there's a guy who is spiritual and will come and remove your head. So it doesn't mean because you are spiritual, you have morals. And again, it doesn't mean that, so morality and spirituality, they are not direct to each other, but they are alternate. And those are things which we have to tell people here, because despite coming here to talk about Raila, Ruto, whoever, we have to engrave character in our people, and we show people how people are supposed to make decisions, because decisions are the ones which define the future. Even like these political parties which we are saying, tunaangalia, you have said very well, although I disagree, it is your opinion, but I disagree with that. I do not believe in politics ya kuvunjika vunjika. I believe in politics whereby you have incremental progress. If ODM can be able to live for so many days, it is better. If Azimio can be able to sustain these weeds and they still have a candidate in 2027, it is better, because they will have experience and there is so much to gain in that. What happens in Africa, and specifically in Kenya, this concept which we use of changing political parties and having different political vehicles in every electioneering year, it's a deceit politics. We don't want to be committed and talk about our issues which we did. So, like for example, you are in Jubilee in 2017. You now come with UDA. When you come with UDA, when we ask you something about Jubilee, which you did together, you are telling us that now I'm in UDA. Now UDA, because they know they are not succeeding, now in 2026 or 2020 or 2027 hapo ikianza, they will launch a party. Maybe wataita kitu ingine. When we tell them UDA did this, they will be disowning it. That is the problem of deceit politics. What we need to do, we need to emboss values, and the values are progressive. We need parties which are permanent until they reach a place whereby they have reached maybe menopause, and we see that they cannot. But this idea of only having parties for 5 years, they are too short. ODM has to evolve, and to me, I would say what you have said today is a bit careless. This idea where we are saying that ODM needs to die is a careless talk. We have to do.
Nobody said ODM has to die. We said coalition, pre-election coalition idea of politics is not working. That's why we had people departing from Azimio before even the president is sworn in. But ODM, I said everybody should go back and strengthen their political parties. ODM isimame kivyake, Wiper isimame kivyake. Then after the elections, let's agree we have the same ideology. We combine forces like Israel does. Post-election coalitions, not pre-elections.
Okay, that one is better. I agree with that one. So what we are supposed to do is we have to defend those political parties. But these political parties, the assignment which they are supposed to do, they have now they should not be fighting for position. I don't want to see Babu Owino and Oparanya fighting for position. I want them to see, and the other guy from Nairobi Senator, I want them to see fighting on the policies, saying now we need to modernize, because parties modernize. We want now our party to, which are the current issues. We now need, tunataka kusikia watu wakikuja hata kwa in the grassroots wakituuliza issues. We don't want them to come in the grassroots for registration, because that is the weakness we have in Kenya. We only go to the grassroots for registration. We do not go to the grassroots for consultation and solidifying our political parties from policies point of view. So, even this platform, we can start coming up with current political ideologies which can be engraved in those political parties. And through that, we will be able to have perennial parties, not seasonal parties which are just coming and conniving to just make us lose the track. Like UDA is one of the political parties which has made us lose the track. Jubilee is another political party which made us lose the track. PNU is another political party which made us lose the track. NAC is another political party which made us lose the track. because these parties are not progressive. Zinafika pahali inakufa. At least ODM from 2005 up to now, it is a better political party. And if there is any investment which need to be done in Kenya, is we need to protect that party. If there is any morality investment, mtu ambaye yako na shida anataka kuharibu the perennial party, like KANU is dead, I don't think it can be resuscitated. But parties like ODM, I don't know how old Wiper is, at least ODM inafikisha karibu miaka 20. Very soon, it will be 20 years. That is a fifth of a century. That is a party which can grow. It shows if they keep on doing what they are doing, they can. There is nowhere we know we can say Ruto has become a president by just hoping parties. He cannot build a party. So, and you don't expect him even in 2027 to continue building parties. What he will do is he will use another political party with a very romantic name so that he can come and cheat us. So, what we need to do, Babu Owino and the rest, we are telling them, bring policies. Musituambie nataka kukua kiongozi. Ask us. It is good. We have so many issues we can do. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, let's mind time. We are time bad. Innocent, are you still there? Okay, it's like Innocent is gone. Julia?
Yes, Bernard. Are we giving our winding up remarks?
Please do that. Been here 4 hours.
Okay. I don't know what question you wanted to ask me. Ni kama hakuniuliza, but can you let him ask me so that I respond? That is only
Yeah, I asked you, can you describe to me morality on Kenyan politics? Because I don't seem to understand. How do we practice morality? So that, because morality is the only thing which we can be able to impose to people. How is morality in Kenya and in all political parties?
Okay, Njiru, that is a very wide question. So, and I think ambiguous. I'm sorry, I will not be able to respond to you because I think morality on political parties may be very subjective. But let me just comment on a few things that I guess now I want to encourage as new members to just move on. Let Baba go for his AU seat. And I think let's not continue arguing about this AU seat thing. Now, about taking pictures from my own, now I've learned something from Comfort. From my own point of view, he goofed. And me, I saw him as a sellout. And that may not change my mind for some time. I don't know. That's my own point of view. Now, for Bernard, you talked about Baba going to KANU. I think that's not a strong point. Saying that Baba went to KANU, came back and won. Going to KANU, I think, is what Jiru is trying to say. Jumping from one party to another. I don't think that is heroism. In Kama, what our politicians do not have a stand. And like Lala said, I think most of them, or almost all of them, hawana msimamo. They have no stand. They have no. There's nothing they are selling to us. They are not selling to us democracy, because if one time you are fighting for democracy, the next time you are dining with the devil who was fighting democracy, then what are you? What is your stand? So saying Baba went to KANU, there is nothing heroic in that from my own point of view. And the only the heroic thing I can describe is his Kebaki Tosha movement. That was heroic because he was able to unite all those people and call them together and marshaled support behind Kibaki, because like you said, if he didn't do that, then Uhuru would have won and KANU would have.
But Julia, you are selective. I need you to appreciate that KANU had the Matiba was to destroy KANU in 92, failed.
Yes.
Kibaki led destruction of KANU 97, failed. Yes. It wasn't until Raila said we must change tack. If we are fighting KANU from outside, we'll never be able to win. He got in there and left with the interstices of KANU, and that was the end of KANU. The premise upon which Kibaki Tosha came was the exit of Raila from KANU with the interstices of the entirety of KANU. So you cannot say Kibaki Tosha is heroic, but the strategy of going into KANU so that you destroy KANU from within and free the country, I don't know how that adds up.
Which team is that? Did he leave from Kanu? Can you name the members that he left with from Kanu and brought to Kebaki Tosha? Kindly name them.
Kalonzo was vice chairman of Kanu. Who was this man?
Kalonzo behind the Kebaki movement.
Saitoti. Who else? There was a whole battalion of Kanu left with Raila. That is what brought Kanu to her knees.
Okay.
Kanu would have never lost the election of 2002 if everybody remained with Moi.
No, I disagree with you. Kanu only lost because they fronted Kebaki. That was the only way of beating Uhuru. Fronting Kebaki, standing behind Kebaki was the only way of defeating Uhuru. And that is how Kanu lost. About Raila going to split Kanu, you people, you just giving points for nothing. Apo Akuna, that's another conspiracy that he did and compromised once again. You see, that is what we are asking. What does it stand for? Let me finish, Lala, you get your chance. So people will begin to ask, what does it stand for? Mara ako kwa Kanu, Mara ametoka. And not just Raila here. He's not the only one who behaves like that. Most of our politicians, or all of them, have behaved like that at one time or the other. Mara wako kwa serikali, Mara they are not in serikali. Mara wako hapa. I mean, you people, you are talking about America and the other places. We want a party. If you look at America, I'm sorry to compare to America. They have the Republicans, they have the conservatives, and they have the Republicans. I mean, no, the conservatives are the Republicans. And then you have the Democrats, okay, who are liberals. So in America, you are either a liberal or a conservative. Yani watu wanachukuanga msimamo. Watu msimamo yao ni gani? Msituambie hapa ati they know how to plan. That is compromising. Planning what? Planning what? Eating with the devil all the time.
So Julia,
yes.
if 2002 was won because of Kibaki, why didn't
Not
Kibaki
because
win
of Kibaki.
why didn't Kibaki win 1997 and 2007?
Not because of Kibaki. Kibaki was a bait. That was the only way to fight Kanu. It is not Kibaki who won, but by running behind Kibaki, they were able to defeat Uhuru. That was the only way. Don't tell us here that people will be jumping from one party to another.
It is not jumping from one party to another. You guys, you are not drawing lessons from history.
No.
De Klerk was the one who presided over Mandela's incarceration. It was the government of de Klerk that sent Mandela to prison. But it was the working of Mandela with de Klerk that brought the independence of South Africa. Politics is not played the way you people are
even with
Mandela
working with Winnie and team fought their life to death for Mandela.
They fought for 29 years. They didn't get independence.
But they still fought. Listen, I mean, Ben, let me finish. I was the one who was talking, so you are cutting me off and you are not being fair. You are not going to stand here and tell us that somebody jumping from one ship to another to Akona Msimamo. You're not going to justify here because it's Raila. Even if it is Raila or Matiba,
let's do this, please. You are starting a new show, except you are hosting. I'm out of here because you are draining me for no apparent reason.
Let me conclude by
if you are not citing historical realities.
No, let me conclude by Bernard. Let me conclude by saying the fact it is that is Raila buying the bait of the devil. We should not justify his moves. That is what I want to conclude and say. Whether it is Raila or Matiba who buys the bait of the devil, we must point fingers and condemn it. Thank you very much.
Hey, Daniel, I'll give you half a minute. We are closing, please. Daniel?
Hello?
Yes, give us your last word. We are closing the show. Yes.
Okay, thank you. I say now, now from international political women, but I following now political now. Small morning from international government, national and human informal international. But I talking now it's political or political. Thank you, my friends.
Okay, thank you, Daniel. Thank you for joining on the show. We appreciate your company. We'll link up later. Kenyan Mandamano Kamili, tafadhali, your minute. Okay, it's like Kenyan Mandamano is not there. Stephen has just come. Stephen, you came late. I don't know what happened to you. I'll give you 2 minutes, and then Lala will be the one doing the last part of the last person to speak.
I was at work. I was at work. You know, UK is you know, they change the time. So nowadays, sometime it is dark. You think it's light. Sorry about that. But I can contribute.
Make your contribution and keep it very brief. We are out of here, please.
Yeah. What I'm saying is this. Yeah, what we are saying is this. Don't discuss personality in Kenya. What we want is a concerted effort to bring Kenya together. Yeah, because I didn't read even whatever, because I don't have my reading glass. I just came in the house. You see, the myopic lens which we use should not judge Kenya. Kenya is a big country. We belong there. But please, because what we are saying is this. Kenya will be great again. It will be great. So don't tell us, oh, at Matiba, at yo, it was this and this. Me, I know the issue is that Kenya will have people who will work for Kenya. Yeah. My story is the scandal in Kenya is not nice to me also. Sometimes I spend sleepless nights to think about Kenya. Yeah. So as much as we are going just to discuss people, does not help us. What can help us is now to give strategies. Yes, I was in the show, Bernard, when you left. They were just trying to discuss people. Surely. How did they now they are talking about Matiba? They are talking about Raila. They're talking, so why cannot you not be in Matiba? Why can you not be Raila? Yeah. It will end us nowhere. But me, I'm telling you, because me, I've worked in very many organizations. I know characters. And I know characterization. US is trying to malign Kenyans. But tell us, what have you done for Kenya? Surely. Because it is like an investigation scenario. Yeah, I work with them. Yeah, please, don't give up. Hope, we don't need it. From Ruto, we don't. Today, I don't have my glass. I could have seen all of you.
Sir, thank you, Stephen. Please. End it
The
there.
problem, if it, no, it's not a channel. I'm not talking about channel. I'm talking about the sederata of Miliu. Yeah, how do you think about your children to come, and then you argue about I don't know what, this, that. Yesterday I told them, if you want to be a human being and you have to be a political giant, a giant like David, yeah, face Goliath, resign and face Goliath. Yeah, in this kind of nonsense, it will even erode us into. We will not be like me. I can change my name. Me have a lot of names. Sometimes I will call Gua, which you don't know.
Stephen, end it there, please. Let's call it a day. We'll catch up later.
Please. Be modest. Be kind to other people.
I'm time bad. Okay. I've been here since 11 p.m. It is 3:30 a.m. Okay. Even my concentration is now problematic, and I don't want to fight because you have come with fresh energy. You want to engage me over fights that I can't handle. Please finish your submission. Let's have Reverend Lala conclude the show. Pray for us. We meet in the next show. I beg.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Reverend Lala, are you there? Lala, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead.
You can hear me, yes. I think we have had a very robust, though I think we could have done a little better. But overall, I think one thing we have to affirm is that we have wonderful leaders that have led us in the past, and we must acknowledge them. And we must always remember that all of us have strengths and all of us have weaknesses. And as I think Steve has stated, that let's go for the best enjoy in all of us. And if something is bad, let us stand on truth and declare the truth. But let's not do McCarthyism where we cherry pick every little thing. Then at the end of the day, we'll have nobody and the country will disintegrate and Ruto will win. We are all in this because we believe that Kenya is led in the wrong direction. We believe that there's corruption, there's theft, there is all the ills that are out there. And as Kenyans, what are we going to do? What is able, or what is Lala or anyone else going to do about it? And I think we are here to figure the best practices that will help us. I belong to a small group of people. I work with the military to an extent. And when you strategize, there are 3, 4, 5 different strategies that you can apply. For example, in the Kenyan situation, we could go and divide the nation among those who are pro-Ruto and those anti-Ruto. That will be possible, but at a very high cost. Then we can use other strategies that might work, like they worked during Kanu regime and others. And so let us know that there are different methods that are out there for us. And let us pray that God will help us choose the best method to liberate us. But let's not just come from one point of view and look at things from that vintage. That will not help us at all. I think time is gone. Thank you, Bernard, for the work you're doing. Thank you, every one of you, your passions, your desires that you have, and your wishes. Let's ask God to help us. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you. We thank you for the day. We thank you for the differences, oh Lord. We thank you even for similarities of opinions and ideas. We thank you for the variety of thoughts that we have here in this forum, Lord. We pray that, Father God, you help us to stick with that which is practical, Lord, that you'll show us to stand by. Heavenly Father, we pray for our leadership, Lord, in Azimio and other parts of the country, my Father. That God, you will help us as a nation to remember that we are We are Kenya. We are one people, my Father. You help us to grow closer towards you, my God. I ask of your hand upon the nation, my Father. The wrongs and the ills that have devastated our people, in the name of Christ, we denounce them. In the name of Jesus, we pray for victory over this bad idea, bad thoughts, bad practices, over theft. We come against the power of the enemy in the name of Jesus. We ask the Spirit of God to guide us and lead us. For we ask all this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
Thank
Amen.
you. I'm done.
Amen. 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 Thank you. Thank you, Reverend Lala. Thank you, Innocent. Thank you, Julia. Thank you, Daniel. Thank you, Kenyan Mandamano Kamili. Thank you, Stephen. Thank you, Comfort, and every other person that participated in the conversation. Watu wa nguvu, watu wa comment section, asanteni sana. Anasema 1dem99. Praise J, asante sana. Tumeanza pamoja, tukatamatisha pamoja. Black ndio huyo. Asante sana, UK. Thank you so much. Romeo Oscar, George Mugambi, asanteni sana. Pamela Kelo, asante sana kwa kuwa hapa. Nawaomba tu tuendeleze mjadala na tuendeleze kuelimisha Wakenya. Nchi yetu iko hatarini na lazima tusimame imara kuitetea. Yes, Stephen?
Yeah. Bernard, me, I live in UK. I want to know, if I send that money to you, will it reach you? Because I
Do
have
you
it
use
here.
do you use M-Pesa from UK? Do you use M-Pesa from UK?
Yeah. Your name.
Yes, it will
Yeah,
arrive
because I have to go
right
through it
away.
that way. No. Okay. Thank
Yeah.
you. Thank you. You be blessed. Yeah.
Amen. Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Let's link up again later on as we continue with the conversation.
Talk sasa imeboreshwa zaidi. Kila siku ya wiki asubuhi tunapambazuka na maabudu na sifa kwenye kipindi cha baadaye tunakuletea mahojiano ya moja kwa moja kwenye one-on-one show.
Kwanza tuanze kwa mtazamo kwamba umeona vile hali ilivyo.
The age that you are living in, so many things are happening.
Alafu tunakuletea taarifa zinavyojipuka siku hiyo zikiwa ange kwenye in the news headlines. Kisha tunaingia bungeni kutazama wabunge na kusikiliza tuliowaleta kupeleka bungeni iwapo iko imara.
Mr. Speaker,
they should not be given an opportunity to be in those committees.
Who told the people to close the business? Kisha baadaye usiku kuinangana kwenye udadavusi kamili. Open Forum Political Show.
Open Forum Political Discussion Show.
Panya akitujue tumepata the right person.
In churches, in funerals, come up and say, oh, it's our turn.
Sasa, sound candy check imekamilika.
His matchless, His goodness is limitless, His mercy is everlasting, His love never changes, His word is enough, His grace is sufficient, His reign is righteous, and His yoke is easy, and His burden is light. I wish I could describe Him to you.